Sometimes, it takes just one person to change the course of a life. In part 2 of An Ant's Love by Emma Lipardi, we see what happens when Harry begins to heal, slowly but surely, under the care of someone who genuinely puts his well-being first. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where fanfiction becomes immersive storytelling. In today's installment, we continue this beautiful reimagining of Harry Potter's childhood, a life where kindness and stability replace cruelty and neglect. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a fan-made adaptation of a non-canon story based on the Harry Potter universe by J.K. Rowling. All original rights are hers. This production exists purely to celebrate fan creativity and storytelling. In this chapter, we see the beginning of Harry's emotional recovery. From simple gestures of comfort to real conversations about his worth and magic, his world is starting to open in ways it never could at Privet Drive. If you've ever wondered how love might have changed Harry's story from the beginning, this fanfic is for you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, or join the Wizard Army to help us share more heartfelt stories like this one. Let's continue An Ant's Love. Part 2 begins now. 11. Joining the rebellion. Ah, Harry. Welcome back. Harry rolled over and sat up, glaring at Voldemort. How dare he interrupt Harry's first fun dream? Well, someone's cranky, Voldemort said, waving his wand to change the room. Nice word, Tom. Hanging around with muggles. Harry stood and folded his arms. What would your Death Eaters say? Harry decided he liked standing in the exact spot that he was in. Let Voldemort try to move him. It wouldn't happen. You are looking better. Harry smirked. Voldemort was obviously perplexed over Harry's current state of health. A few nights of decent sleep had done wonders for Harry, and Voldemort couldn't figure it out. Wish I could say the same for you. Harry shrugged. So, is there a reason you interrupted my dream this time? My answer to your offers is still no. Harry shook his head when Voldemort gestured to a seat. I'll stand. Thanks. That dream of yours was utter nonsense, Voldemort told him, conjuring a cup of tea and sipping it. Swords of light and flying outer space ships. Nonsense. Voldemort offered a cup of tea to Harry. No thanks. Harry sighed. So, you interrupted my dream because you didn't understand it? Harry rubbed his face and chewed his bottom lip. That's not fair. Harry felt himself beginning to tire, but he wasn't going to let Voldemort know that. If that's all you wanted, could you leave my head? I want to go back to sleep and see if I can go back to my dream. Voldemort put down his teacup and looked at Harry. Did you even think about my offer? Voldemort asked. Yes. My answer is still no. Harry glared at Voldemort. It was becoming important to sit down, but Harry ignored his legs. Somebody wake me up. You feel that Dumbledore will give you the education and training you need. Well, Harry wanted to say yes. He really did. He couldn't say it, though, not after what Hermione had told him earlier. You don't, do you? Voldemort accused. Harry shrugged. Do you trust him? Harry returned. He wanted to keep Voldemort talking and away from his wand. Of course not. Manipulative old codger. Voldemort mumbled a few words under his breath about stupid boys and their pointless questions. What has he done to you, I wonder? Harry decided to take his favorite topic dodging method. He shrugged. Voldemort stood and eyed him. Wow, it worked. What are you planning to do now that you are no longer so firmly under Dumbledore's thumb? Voldemort asked, coming to stand in front of Harry. I don't know. Join the rebellion. Voldemort blinked. The rebellion? Harry smirked. It's a muggle's saying. Harry told him. Voldemort's face twisted as though he had seen Lucius Malfoy in a tutu. I could help you with your Dumbledore problem. Give you some independence. Voldemort offered. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Harry asked, not quite ready to agree to anything yet. Harry shrugged. Besides, I know where to find you if I want you. Harry had a feeling that this tentative peace in his head was going to end very shortly. He wanted to be awake before the event descended into Voldemort becoming a power-hungry mad wizard. Oh, wait. Too late. The offer stands. Voldemort told him, as well as my previous offer of training and a place at my side. Harry shook his head. No thanks. Will you get out of my head now? Voldemort's eyes grew cold. Oh, good. I have something familiar now. No need to demonstrate your power. I know you can do magic. Harry told him as he went for his wand. You foolish boy. You should take what I offer. Voldemort's wand appeared in his hand again, and Harry took a deep breath. Foolish? That's your opinion. Harry told him, leave. I will leave when I wish to leave. Harry rolled his eyes and closed them. He gasped as he felt Voldemort grab his arms. His scar split open. I could make you so much more than you are. Why can't you understand that? Voldemort demanded. Harry reached up a hand to his forehead and ground his teeth. I don't need you. He bit out. Let go of me. Voldemort released him and stalked away. Harry rubbed his scar and winced as he felt the tender skin pull. Imperio. Harry felt a fog settle over his mind. Join me. Now, why in the world would he want to do that? Join me. No. Join me. Well, something. N.O. Join me. No. Harry told him, meeting his eyes. Voldemort scowled and stared at Harry. It doesn't have to be this way, you foolish child. Harry shook his head. I know. Harry took a step toward Voldemort. I want it this way. Voldemort lost his patience and raised his wand. Crucio. Harry fell as the spell hit him. Someone wake me. Harry pleaded in his mind, hoping that someone would know to wake him. Voldemort released the spell, and Harry gasped in air, trying to figure out how long the spell had lasted. It doesn't have to be this way. Once you say yes, it will all stop. Oh, from the end of the spell and Harry's position on the floor, that sounded like a good idea. No, he needed to move. Harry tried to roll over to push himself up to his feet, but Voldemort stopped him. You'll only hurt yourself if you keep moving. Voldemort restrained him and looked into Harry's eyes. Harry quickly blanked his mind the best he could. Let go of me. His voice broke a little. Oh, there was real intimidation. You have forgotten your own limits, Harry. Voldemort conjured the bed again and levitated Harry over to it. I want to help you. Harry tried to scoot away from Voldemort, but he didn't get far. I don't need your help. You've already helped my life enough. Harry crawled off the bed and stood. If you really want to help me, leave me alone. Voldemort frowned. I offered to bring your parents back. He told Harry, collapsing into a chair. I don't know what else you want. Voldemort sat in silence, regarding Harry. You are a stubborn child. I know what you want. You want me against Dumbledore. Harry said. He blinked. The room was rolling. That was an interesting sight. I want you out of my head. Voldemort eyed him, taking in Harry's shaking. Sit down before you fall down. You don't look well." Harry rolled his eyes. "Are you serious?" He was shocked when Voldemort actually got up and physically pushed him back on the bed. Well, he had been serious. "I don't understand you." Voldemort turned away from Harry and sighed. "That makes two of us." Voldemort turned back to Harry. "I have offered you everything, and still you resist. Why?" Harry stared back at him. "I don't want what you offer." Voldemort looked to be visibly restraining himself from hitting Harry. "Oh, I think I pushed him too far." Harry fell off the bed when Voldemort started the Cruciatus curse again. He grunted as his head hit the floor. "Oh, pretty lights." Harry felt arms take hold of him and lift him up, but it wasn't Voldemort. No, the maniac wizard still had him under Crucio, but Harry was waking up. "Harry." Now who was that? "Wake up, Harry." Paul. It was Paul. Thank goodness for Paul being there. Harry heard Voldemort cursing as he opened his eyes, and his hands flew to his scar. Blood. He had blood in his eyes. "You're okay, Harry. You're safe now." Harry wanted to tell Paul what had happened, how they had almost had a civil conversation before Voldemort went crazy and cursed him. But somehow his mouth wouldn't work. "We'll get you cleaned up, buddy." Paul lifted him and managed to get Harry back into his bed. "Thanks for the water, Jack." "Harry, can you look at me?" Harry opened his eyes again, wondering when he had closed them again, and looked at Paul. Paul was worried. "Can you swallow something for me?" Harry nodded and winced. Oh, he felt like he had really hit his head. Paul lifted the glass of water up to Harry's lips and allowed him a sip. "I hurt my head." Harry whispered, "It hurts in the back." Paul nodded and gave Harry a quick examination. He used a small light that made Harry's head pound worse than it would have had Fluffy danced on it. He groaned and pushed the light away. "No concussion. You gave yourself a pretty good knock, that's all." Paul motioned for Jack to help Harry sit up. "Sleeping pills, Harry. We'll talk about your dreams when you wake up." Harry swallowed the pills and motioned for Paul to stay. "He still wants me to join him." He told Paul, once Jack had left. "He cursed me. A lot. I don't think that I'll be able to move tomorrow." Harry yawned. "I think that I'm going to sleep now." Paul smiled and patted Harry's hand. "Go ahead, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow." Harry didn't answer. Paul shook his head and stood up. If Paul ever met this Voldemort character in a dark alley somewhere, only one person was going to be alive afterwards, and it wouldn't be the one with the wand. True to his word, Harry could not move much the next day, or the day after, or the day after. Paul had given him painkillers that helped so he could walk, but he didn't want to do much more than that. Paul wanted Harry to skip his martial arts class, but Harry said that just watching could teach him something. Paul sent a note along to Sensei anyway, telling Sensei that Harry was not allowed any physical activity at all that day. Harry had been waved to a bench, and he had sat through the whole class, completely happy just to watch. It had been a week since the Voldemort incident, and Harry smiled as he watched the end of another class. He would get to participate tomorrow. He didn't need painkillers this morning and didn't feel the slightest bit stiff. He was glad that Paul had listened to his protests that nothing could be done for that particular curse, and only time would heal his aches. Harry had dreaded trying to explain to a Muggle doctor why he had severe nerve damage when he had just been sleeping. No, that would have gone over like a lead balloon. Today had been interesting. Harry had enjoyed all of his classes, and Sky had said that he was coming along nicely and should be up to form level in just a few short months. He didn't know why, but that pleased him. Martial arts had just ended, and he returned his wandering attention to reality. He was gathering his school bag when Sensei stopped him. Rick. Rick's head snapped up. Suit up. Rick nodded to Harry and moved to some shelves in the back. Evan, stay where you are. I want you to see this. Harry nodded and sank back onto the bench, unconsciously pulling his legs up to his chest. He watched as Sensei pulled on boxing gloves and put something in his mouth. Rick came to the center with the same equipment. They tapped gloves and started fighting each other. Harry had never seen anything like it before. If they hadn't looked like they were trying to hurt each other, he would have said that they were dancing. 10 minutes passed before Sensei called a halt. Sensei stepped back and bowed with Rick. Cool down. Rick nodded and went to put his equipment away. What do you think, Evan? Harry just smiled. Wow. Sensei nodded. Wow indeed. Sensei's head cocked to the side and looked at Harry. Unball yourself. Harry had no idea what Sensei meant. Sensei reached out and took hold of Harry's feet before lowering them to the ground. No more ball. Sensei mussed Harry's hair and gave a small smile. Rick will walk you to your classroom. Harry nodded, and Rick threw an arm around Harry's shoulder, guiding him from the room. Sensei stared after him before he appeared to come to a decision, nod to himself, and turn towards the locker room. He had time for a shower before the next class came in half an hour. Is he always like that? Harry asked Rick as the pair of them went down the hallway. He gets really quiet when he's angry. Rick confided with a smile as they walked down the hallway. You haven't seen him angry yet. Harry shook his head in bewilderment. Are you a student here? Harry asked. Rick shook his head. No, I come with Dad. Harry was about to ask who that was when he figured it out. He turned sharply and stared at Rick. Sensei is your father, he blurted out. How in the world had Rick managed to survive this long? He's my dad. My biological father left me and my mom when I was 1 or 2. Sensei married my mother when I was 4. He's my dad, and I couldn't have picked a better one. Rick told him with a smile. What about you? What are your parents like? Harry shrugged. I don't really know. They died when I was a baby. Rick nodded. He decided then and there that he liked Rick for his lack of sympathy. Harry really liked that. I live with my aunt and uncle. We're not really close, but my aunt sent me here. Rick nodded again. Oh, he really liked Rick. Must have been weird, growing up with just them. I can't imagine life without my sisters, though sometimes I wish I could. Harry laughed a bit and smiled. I had my cousin Dudley, who is just really weird right now. We were raised together, but didn't get along. Rick smiled, telling Harry he knew something about not getting along with another child. Sirius told me a bunch of pranks to try on him, but I never got around to them. He hefted his bag onto his shoulder and smiled. Who's Sirius? My godfather. He stopped walking as their subject caught up with his mind. No, I don't want to remember. No, please. My fault. The Department of Mysteries. Sirius's face as Bellatrix Lestrange first toyed with him, and then cursed him. Sirius's look of horror as he fell through the veil. Remus holding him back. Him going after Bellatrix. Voldemort and Dumbledore. The possession. Him destroying Dumbledore's office. The prophecy. I know it hurts. Let it out. It's okay. A soft voice chanted in his ear. Just let it go. Let it out. Harry followed the instructions, too tired and upset to think for himself at the moment. He cried until he had no tears left. He tried to pull away, but didn't get far. He was too tired. What had happened? Where was he? Who was the voice? Tissue. Harry took it and realized that he was in Paul's office and Paul was sitting next to him, offering him a tissue. Harry took it and tried to clean his face off. Paul shook his head and stilled Harry's hands, and Paul did it for him. Harry rested against the back of the sofa, trying to push the memories away again. It didn't work. They were still there. So, what happened to set you off? Paul asked quietly, setting the box of tissues aside. Harry took a breath to answer, but cut it off when he felt that he was going to cry again. You can tell me, Harry. Sorry. Paul looked at Harry in genuine surprise. I have no idea why you are apologizing. Paul told him, offering another tissue for Harry's ruined one. Harry took one and toyed with it. What happened? Paul asked. Harry shrugged. Paul was not going to let him get away with that this time. Rick mentioned that you were talking about someone called Sirius. That was what had triggered Harry. Harry pushed his body to his feet and started for the door. Paul reached out and stopped Harry with a hand. Stop running from this. Paul told him in a calm voice. You have emotions. They are a part of you, Harry, and you have the same rights as everyone else to express them. Harry shook his head. He hadn't turned back to face Paul, but at least he had stayed. Oh, and why not? Paul asked. I'm not like everyone else. I can't do it. I'm not supposed to. I need to stay strong. Paul pulled Harry back to the couch. Harry did not resist and sank back into the cushions with a sigh. Yes, you can. I don't know who told you that you can't grieve over someone, but you obviously need to do so. Why don't you? Harry took a deep breath and shook his head, shutting his eyes against Paul's worried face. No, he was happy in denial. Thanks so much. Paul watched as Harry seemed to fight something inside of him. Why was Harry so determined to keep things inside of him? Paul stared at Harry until Harry looked at him. It's okay, Harry. You can do it. Harry shook his head again and fought to keep his breathing calm. I'm here for you, Harry. Paul wasn't sure what happened, what he had said that connected with Harry, but the boy broke. No, you're not. It's my fault. Harry buried his face in his hands. Paul reached out a hand and put it on Harry's shoulder. Harry leaned into him. I shouldn't have gone. Harry mumbled through his tears. He would still be alive if I hadn't. So someone did die. Paul had been right. Harry took some deep breaths to calm himself, but they only caught in his throat. Wonderful. Why had he listened to Voldemort? Why had he gone? Why hadn't he trusted Snape? Why had he been so stupid? Who's Sirius, Harry? Paul asked. Harry thought about his friend. Paul. His friend. Harry took a slight breath and spoke. My godfather. Harry whispered. Paul wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder and pulled him closer. He died. Paul nodded, and Harry knew that Paul was just willing to listen, that he didn't want to make Harry feel better or tell him that it wasn't his fault. He would just listen. Can you tell me what happened? Harry paused. Yes, more than anything, for some reason. He nodded, but still hesitated. He didn't want Paul to think any less of him for what he had done. But Paul had said that he wouldn't judge him, right? That they were friends. Voldemort sent me a vision. He had Sirius and was torturing him. I had to go. No one else knew. I tried checking the house first. Creature, the house elf, lied to me and said that Sirius was gone. Harry paused to wipe his face. There was an order member at school. I could have told him. He hated Sirius. I didn't trust him. I didn't think he would help. Harry stopped, trying to get a handle on his breathing. He didn't want to start crying again. Why did this hurt so much and feel so good at the same time? Then what happened? Paul asked. Oh, yeah. He was talking to Paul. My friends from the Defense Association came with me. They didn't want me to go alone. Harry shook his head. They were in such danger. There was no real way to prepare them for what they were getting into. No way to warn them. They were all hurt. Death Eaters were waiting for us. I nearly got my friends killed. 2 lives on my hands were enough. I didn't want my friends added to them. Paul froze but allowed Harry to continue. What exactly had happened to him? Why in the world did Harry feel that he had killed someone? If either Dumbledore or Voldemort were responsible, there was going to be one less wizard in the world. If Paul could find them, of course. Sirius came to save me. He dueled his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, and she threw him through a doorway that leads to the afterlife. He died. It was my fault. Harry sat in silence after his last admission, obviously trying to pull himself together, and not succeeding very well at all. Paul stayed close, thinking over what Harry had said. Harry had been through a lot, and everything he had said made Paul want to shake some sense into that headmaster. No one seen what was happening with this boy. It's not your fault. Harry froze and held his breath. He wasn't wrong. How dare Paul tell him he was wrong? He was right. Harry opened his mouth to contradict Paul. Wait a minute. Breathe. Stop and think. Harry took a few deep breaths as he followed Paul's instructions. May I tell you my impression of the wizarding world? He asked. Harry nodded, wondering where this would lead. Imagine an 11-year-old child pushed into an alternate dimension where nothing follows the rules he knew, and then that same child is told that he needs to do certain things without fail. Paul started. Harry tried to make a connection. For instance, in this alternate dimension, everyone walks on their hands because it is impolite to walk on their feet, but this child doesn't know this and must teach himself to fit in. That doesn't mean he understands it. Paul stood and moved to the chair across from Harry. He never is really successful at it, but he manages to fool everyone into thinking that he is quite capable of walking on his hands. Paul leaned forward and looked at Harry. Does that seem fair to you? No, that didn't seem fair at all. Someone could have taken the time to explain it to him. No, he told Paul. Paul smiled at Harry. Now, imagine an 11-year-old who has lived with muggles. That's the right word, isn't it? Harry nodded. All right, an 11-year-old who has lived with muggles all his life, and then is suddenly told that he is a wizard. Harry could begin to see the connection that Paul was trying to draw, that he can do magic. Harry wanted to interrupt, but Paul had already started again. Sure, they'll teach him, but he's special and won't need the same help everyone else needs. After all, his parents were wizards. Oh, yes. Let's not forget that he's left-handed. Well, that little trait, Paul stopped and looked at Harry sharply, as though trying to convey some sort of message should be enough to make up for everything he doesn't understand. Harry understood what Paul was trying to say. His hand rose to his forehead, and he fingered it. That was his left hand. He had been on his own from mostly day one in the magical world. Paul saw Harry make the connection and smiled. "Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Harry nodded. "It's not fair." Harry told him. Paul sat back in his chair. "No, it's not. I just don't think that you realized what exact situation this oh-so-superior society of magic forced you into. Add to that fame and prestige, and it's an accident waiting to happen." Harry stared at Paul. How had Paul gotten to be so smart? Wow. Paul smiled. Harry must like that word. He used it a lot, mostly when he didn't know what to say. Wow. Paul studied Harry. Was he ready to continue? "About your godfather." Harry looked up. "Did you always make his decisions for him?" "Oh, the kid was mad. No Jedi calm there. Pure fury." "Of course not. He was a grown man." Harry snapped. Paul smiled. "Perfect. Yes, he was a grown man." He told Harry. "So, are you saying that he could make his own decisions?" Harry folded his arms and glared. He could make his own decisions. Harry told him. Paul could tell that Harry was restraining himself from saying something impolite. All right, he could make his own decisions. Why are you blaming yourself for one of his decisions? Harry sat up to the edge of the couch. If I wouldn't have been so stupid, he wouldn't have made the decision he did. Harry told him. You admit that it was his decision? Harry threw his arms into the air. Yes. He sat back, clearly exasperated. I don't want to talk about Sirius anymore. He told Paul, wanting to stop. He didn't want to keep hurting. Just answer me one question. Harry nodded. One question couldn't hurt. If Sirius had decided to. Leave the house, stepped into the street, and was run over by a bus. Would it have been your fault? Harry stared at Paul. Run over by a bus. He parroted. By a bus. Banana peel, staircase, struck by lightning. What have you? Would those methods of death been your fault as a result of his decision to leave the house? Harry shook his head. No, accidents mostly, but a bus. Paul smiled. He had picked the right topic. A bus. Harry sounded a bit disgusted with Paul's choice. He decided to leave the house, where he was safe, correct? Harry nodded. So he decided to leave the house, and he decided that he would tackle some very dangerous wizards, and he decided that he could do it. He looked at Harry. You are following me? He asked Harry. His decision. Harry said quietly. It was his decision. Paul reached over and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. His decision. He agreed. Harry looked up at him, and Paul saw something different in Harry's eyes. Some of what had darkened them had fled. It lurked in the corners, but it was almost gone. It's not your fault. Harry took a deep breath and slowly let it out. I know. Paul watched as Harry sank into the couch. I know. 12. The Great Outdoors. Paul looked up from his notes when someone knocked on his door. He had at least 15 minutes before Harry would be out of class. Come in. The door opened to reveal Sensei, Leonard. What can I do for you, Leonard? Paul motioned him to a seat. I want Evan James with me for a few hours every Saturday. Paul looked at Leonard in surprise. For what? Sensei folded his arms and looked at the floor. You are aware that his life is in danger. It was not a question. Had Harry told him? He told you. Sensei shook his head and turned to the window. He looks it. Sensei said quietly. It lurks in his eyes, shows through his movements, and almost radiates off him as he thinks. Sensei shook his head as though to ward off the same feelings. Someone has threatened him, Paul, and he does not expect to survive that threat. Sensei turned around to face Paul again. I want him with me for a few hours every Saturday. He went to the door. Arrange it. Sensei left the office, and Paul stared after him for a few seconds before turning back to his desk. He pulled out Harry's schedule and wrote in 3 hours for Sensei on Saturdays. That would free up some hours in case the lessons took longer than Sensei expected. He only hoped that Sensei would give Harry some skills that would help him against fully trained wizards. Harry walked out of the door of the classroom, trying to force his science notebook into his school bag. Science was one of his weak points, along with math and history, that Sky tutored him every day. Every other subject was only 2 days a week. He looked up to see a huge crowd of students around a bulletin board. Hi, Evan. Done with classes today? Harry nodded. Yeah. What's going on here? Harry gestured towards the crowd. Oh, they posted the sign-up sheet for this fall's play. You missed the last play by a week. They do one every term. Bug explained. A play? It's really popular because there are so many things you can do. I already signed up for set design and construction. You should sign up too. You're good at art. Harry shrugged and settled his school bag over his shoulder. I'll think about it. He said goodbye to Bug and started for Paul's office. He had an appointment. Hey, buddy, come on in. Harry went into Paul's office, the most comfortable room in the school in his opinion, and crashed onto the couch. He settled again the pillows and closed his eyes. He loved this couch. How are you today? Harry gave a small smile and sighed. I love this couch. Paul laughed and moved his chair closer to Harry. I feel good today. Paul nodded. No dreams from Voldemort. No aches. No visions. He reached into his school bag and pulled out his science book. Know anything about plate tectonics? Sky told me all about it today, and it's got me wondering about something. Harry flipped open his book to the appropriate page. Such as? Paul asked, how in the world does the wizarding community explain natural disasters? Paul made a note in his notebook and shook his head. I don't know. You do not cover things like that in school. Not really. This is interesting, and I don't understand why wizards wouldn't want to know about this. Paul sat back in his chair and shook his head. I don't understand a lot when it comes to the wizarding world. Harry, Paul told him, it doesn't seem logical. You can't explain making something fly or disappear logically. Harry shrugged and put his book away. Bug told me about the school play coming up. Harry picked up one of the throw pillows and toyed with it. He thinks I should sign up. Harry looked up at Paul. Is it something you want to do? He asked. Harry shrugged and put the pillow back in its place. I've never done it before. He told Paul, I don't get much of a chance to do play acting. Harry stopped and paused at Paul's face. What? Paul smiled. I think you'd be better at it than you realize. Harry looked up. Think about it. How many times have you found it necessary to act like someone else? To project artificial feelings? Harry messed with the pillow again. Too many times. Harry answered. hugging the pillow. So put those skills to good use. Have some fun with them. Paul counseled. I'll think about it. Harry promised. How's your meditation coming? Harry sighed. What's wrong? I'm distracted by bright, shiny objects. Harry told him. Paul blinked and tried to work out exactly what that was supposed to mean. Bug told me that. I'm easily distracted. I can't focus on my breathing for a long time. I get bored or lose focus or something like that. Harry shrugged. Bright, shiny objects? Okay. Well, let's try something else. Get comfortable. Paul stood and dimmed the lights. He sat back down near Harry and took Harry's hand. Harry tensed. Relax and close your eyes. There's nothing here to hurt you. Harry nodded and took a deep breath. Focus on your breathing for now. Why are you holding my hand? Harry asked. Breathing. Harry frowned and did as he was told. He could trust Paul. Deep breath in, deep breath out. In, out. Harry wasn't sure how long he managed to focus on his breathing, but he soon started thinking about something else. He jumped as Paul started moving his thumb. Focus on this, Harry. Just this movement. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. That was soothing. Really relaxing. Focus on this. Harry did, as he was told, and found that a lot of his thoughts were quieting down. He smiled to himself and sighed. That was really relaxing. He blinked as Paul moved away. Easier? Paul asked. Yeah, thanks. Paul reached over to his desk. No problem. That's what I'm here for. Paul pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to Harry. Sensei has requested that you spend more time with him on Saturdays. Is that all right with you? Harry tossed the pillow into the air. Sure. Sensei's brilliant. Paul handed Harry his new schedule. 3 hours. Paul nodded and shrugged. I don't think that he'll take that long. I just thought it prudent to schedule that much, just in case. Paul looked at Harry. Are you okay with that? I can always stop if I don't like it, he asked. Of course you can. Paul told him. I will never force you to do anything you really don't want to do that isn't necessary. Remember that. Harry nodded and pulled his legs up. Paul. Paul looked at him. Could we go outside for a while? Harry asked. This was new. Harry didn't like being outside. Are you really, Harry? Paul demanded. Voldemort didn't possess. Harry threw a pillow into the air and shook his head. All right, I'll take you outside, but only if you tell me what movie we watched. Harry rolled his eyes and smiled. Star Wars. Thanks for asking, though. Harry stood and beat Paul to the door. Coming, Paul. Harry asked. Yes, I'm coming. Paul muttered, getting to his feet. Once outside, Harry sat down under a tree and leaned back against it. He closed his eyes and let out a contented sigh as Paul settled next to him. So, is there a reason that you wanted to come out here? Harry nodded and stayed quiet. Paul didn't push him. Harry would talk in a minute. Dumbledore made me think that if I set foot outside my aunt's house, Voldemort would swoop down and kill me. Harry took a deep breath and ran his hand over the grass at his feet. Dumbledore made me a prisoner in that house. Paul watched as Harry traced patterns in the grass, back and forth, as though practicing waving his wand. I have been here for a few weeks, and Voldemort has yet to find me, much less attack me. It's nice. Harry smiled to himself, forgetting Paul's presence as he played with the grass. Paul watched as Harry played with the grass. How can a grown man make a child afraid of being outdoors? Why would he, more importantly? He looks so old most of the time. Tired. Afraid. I like this look on him more. Paul smiled as Harry's face lost some of the cynical tint and gained a more childlike air. Why couldn't Harry look like this all the time? He was snapped out of his musings when Harry spoke. Paul. Yes, Harry. Harry opened his eyes and looked at Paul. You said I don't have to do anything I don't want to do, right? Paul nodded. That's right. Harry smiled. So, if Dumbledore were to show up, and I didn't want to go with him, you wouldn't make me go, would you? Paul shook his head. No, I wouldn't make you go. Paul promised. Are you thinking about it? He asked softly, afraid that Harry would stop talking. A little. No decision yet. Harry said, a little hesitant as to what Paul might say. I don't really know what I want yet. Paul nodded. Remember how I said that I hated it here? Harry paused. I don't hate it here. Not really. I understand. They sat for another 10 minutes before Paul nudged Harry. You have martial arts class. Harry took off for the building, muttering about getting a watch with an alarm on it. Paul smiled after him. What a typically teenager thing to say. 1 week later. Dear Hermione, I have a break, so I'd thought that I'd write to you. This summer studies thing is the best. I'm learning an awful lot, almost too much. We're all tired. The professors and other instructors are pretty hard on us. We have 5 to 6 hours of studying a night, and we're up before dawn every day. We're learning a lot of defensive spells and teamwork. Every one of us has at least one other wizard in their family. The headmaster told us that we are going to be the protectors of the school. And we get to protect Harry. The headmaster told us that he sometimes needs protection from himself. And thinking back, I kind of have to agree. Dumbledore mentioned that Harry is still at home with the Dursleys, and that Voldemort has tried to attack the house a few times. Harry doesn't want to leave them alone without a wizard in the house. Typical Harry. He's always saving someone, isn't he? That means he won't be able to join us here just yet, but he will join us sooner or later. The protectors all share one dormitory now, and Harry will be moved out of Gryffindor and in with us this coming year. The oddest person here is Draco Malfoy. He told us that he watched a Death Eater meeting and decided that he couldn't join them. After all, Malfoys grovel to no one. He's okay, so long as he doesn't insult you, which he has promised to stop doing. I wish I could make this longer, but I'm due for a training session soon. Please tell Harry that I'll see him when he comes to Hogwarts. Sincerely, Ron. Hermione sighed and put down Ron's letter. It was exactly as she feared. A bunch of her classmates were being trained to protect Harry. It was not fair to anyone involved, Harry most of all. How dared Dumbledore decide that Harry did not need training, that Harry would want to leave Gryffindor and move into another dorm? She had to tell Harry, but he wouldn't be too happy. She rolled off her bed and went back to her desk. Dear Harry, Skywalker, how are you? I do hope that you're fine. I'm sure that you're having a great time. I promised you that I would pass on information about Ron, so here it is. All of the people chosen each had at least one other wizard in their family. Dumbledore is calling the group protectors. They are to protect Hogwarts and you. Dumbledore said that Voldemort has tried to attack the Dursleys' house a few times this summer, which I know for a fact is not true. Also, He plans to move you out of Gryffindor and into the Protector's dormitory. As for Draco Malfoy, I guess he got to see what Death Eaters really do. He told Ron that Malfoys grovel to no one. Strange, isn't it? I'll be by for a visit soon. Until then, may the Force be with you. Love, Hermione. Harry refolded Hermione's letter and put it back in his bag. Dumbledore was trying to order his life again, and he didn't like it. He should be getting trained. He should be at Hogwarts. Harry felt the need to be outside. He needed to be outside. He picked up his bag and went downstairs. He paused to sign out at the desk and told the attendant that he would be back in an hour. He wandered around the grounds, thinking to himself about everything he had learned about himself in the last few weeks. It was a matter of mental health and control over his life. He didn't want to give either of them up. He needed them to survive this war, and without them, Voldemort would have no trouble coercing Harry to his side. He knew how close he had come to accepting Voldemort's offer of a place by his side, just to make it all stop. It had been too close for his comfort. He couldn't go back to Hogwarts now. He wasn't ready. He hadn't mastered occlumency. He couldn't do it. Not yet. 13, Harry, and Shakespeare. Now on to the story. Dear me, thank you for passing along the information. I have something to ask you. Would you mind if I didn't come back to Hogwarts this year? I've been thinking about it, and I just don't think that I am ready to do it. Not with everything Dumbledore has done. I wouldn't blame you if you did get angry with me, but I need to do what is best for me. I'm just starting to realize that. Paul has said that I can stay here if I want to, and I am tempted to take him up on the offer. Before I make a final decision, I was wondering if you'd be willing to look into something for me. I need to know if Hogwarts has anything like homeschooling or a correspondence course available. Thank you in advance for all of your help. I don't know what I would do without you. Oh, there is a school play coming up. Paul thinks I should try out. What do you think? Please write back. Love, Skywalker. Dear Skywalker, I won't mind much. I'll miss you, of course, but I'll understand. I think you should try out for the play. Maybe my parents will bust me out of Hogwarts to come and see it. I'll beg. They can't resist my puppy eyes. I looked into the homeschooling thing. There is nothing really formal set up. You must send a letter to the ministry when you are ready to take the exams for a certain year. That's all. They send you dates of the examinations during the summer. That's all. The person I spoke to mentioned that a lot of people, more than we think, do home education instead of Hogwarts. I'll send you all of the homework assignments, except divination. Please drop that worthless class so that you can keep up on the theory. I have not idea how you'll do the practical work. I'm sure that we can find a way. Please take care. May the Force be with you. Love, Hermione. Harry paused at the bulletin board to add his name to the list for tryouts. Paul was right. Harry could have fun with it. He only hoped that he would make it. He needed to prepare a monologue to perform. Well, Hermione had sent him all those Shakespeare books. He should be able to find something to perform in one of them. He would ask Paul. Maybe he would have some suggestions. Harry turned and went to Paul's office, thinking over Hermione's latest letter. He could just test out of the 6th year and be ready for 7th year. He didn't think it would be too hard. At least he wouldn't have Snape ready to kill him for getting into Newt potions. He had a funny feeling that his life wouldn't be threatened this year, like it had been for the past 5 years at Hogwarts. Voldemort would not be looking for him here. Voldemort was probably biding his time, just waiting for Harry to return to the magical world so that he could kill him. One thing that Harry had learned from those manipulative dreams was that Voldemort was intelligent and extremely patient. He was willing to wait for what he truly wanted. Harry paused outside Paul's door and took a calming breath standing before Paul's door. He didn't want to worry Paul with his dark thoughts of death and dying. The thing that amazed him was the fact that learning about your enemy helped to dissipate some of the fear. Harry had never been afraid of Voldemort, only Voldemort's actions. Harry did not want to die. He did not want any of his friends to die either, though Dumbledore seemed determined to put all of them on the receiving end of Death Eater's curses. Harry shuddered as his mind told him he had done the same thing. No, I'm young and stupid. Dumbledore knows better. He knocked and entered when told to do so. Hi, Paul. Harry, come on in. What's new? Harry put his school bag down and settled on the couch. Nothing much. I signed up to try out for the play. Harry smiled at Paul's reaction. Stunned silence. Wow, I've rendered you speechless. First. Paul raised an eyebrow, reminding Harry of the Weasley twins. Speechless? Never. So you signed up for the play? What part? Actor, costume designer, set crew? Paul asked, handing Harry a water bottle from his mini-fridge. Harry nodded his thanks and opened it. Acting. The announcement said that anyone who tried out and was not assigned a part could join the crew, so I'm going to be doing something with the play. Paul smiled and nodded, making a note in his book. That's great. Chess. Paul asked, Can we take it outside? Harry asked, brightening up. Paul smiled and got to his feet. Now that Harry had figured out that Voldemort was not going to appear out of nowhere and kill him, Harry used every excuse to go outside. Paul humored him, happy to see some of the fear that Harry carried disappear with each venture out. Harry jumped to his own feet eagerly and told Paul of his plans for his tryout piece. It seemed like Harry was going to use something from Shakespeare. The two of them settled at a picnic table and set up the board. I think you should do something from the history plays. They're not as popular as the tragedy plays, and avoiding the whole to be or not to be speech might make you stand out in their memories. Paul reached out and moved his knight. Harry frowned and studied the board. I don't know. What if they don't know the piece I choose? He moved a pawn and sighed as Paul took it with his knight. The teacher is a drama teacher. Harry. He'll know it. Trust me. Your move. Harry moved his bishop and took Paul's knight. Oh, nicely done. I didn't see that trap. Harry smiled at the praise and looked back at the board. Maybe I should try something from the plays Hermione suggested. Harry said, trying to memorize all of the plays that Paul could make. Paul nodded. That could work. Your friend seems to have great taste. How's your meditation coming? Paul sent a rook after one of Harry's pawns. Better since you helped me. Harry sabotaged the attacking rook and sent another pawn after Paul. Paul looked down at the board and moved his own pawn forward. My breathing becomes so automatic that it fades into the background. Now I focus on the ventilation system. The Occlumency book said that a common feeling experienced was a type of losing yourself. After that happens, I can't even hear myself breathe anymore. I figured out that that was why I was losing my concentration. Harry moved his queen and smiled at Paul. Check. Paul looked down at the board. Harry was good, but he could not. Oh no. Paul moved his king out of harm's way. You almost had me, he told Harry, who was still grinning. Almost. Harry agreed. He moved his knight. Paul. Paul looked up from the board. Harry took a deep breath. I don't want to go back to Hogwarts this year. There, he said it. Gryffindor bravery. Can I stay here? Huh. He was a Gryffindor. Paul looked up and realized Harry was afraid of being told he had to leave. I'm not letting you go anywhere else until you're ready, Harry. Of course you can stay here. Harry relaxed and smiled. Paul moved his next piece and smiled at Harry. Check. Harry studied the board and knocked his king over. How do you manage to put me in check 3 different ways? Harry asked. Paul looked at the board. 3? I only did 2. Paul said, clearly perplexed as to how he had managed it. Only you, Paul. Harry told him. Only you can pull that off. Paul smirked. Yes, that's right. I am a chess master. Harry laughed, nearly falling off his seat in the process. Have I ever told you about wizard's chess? Paul shook his head as he gathered the pieces. The pieces move and shout out advice to the players. Harry smiled at Paul's face. They each have their own personalities. Harry put his pieces away. Hogwarts has a giant chess set. Since the pieces actually hit each other, it gets brutal. Paul's reaction told him that a wizarding chess set would be ideal for Paul. Harry rolled out of bed and stretched. He had an hour until he was due in the gym. He hurried through his morning routine and made it to the dining room in a short time. His usual breakfast was there waiting for him. He ate as quickly as and took off for the gym. Sensei and Rick were waiting. They were already in the gym when he arrived. He needed no instructions and went to change. He pulled on his uniform and went back to the floor. Stretch. Harry and Rick, who had decided to share Harry's lessons, both dropped to the floor and started stretching. Rick guided him through a new stretch and lectured on what muscle it was supposed to stretch. Run. Harry and Rick fell in side by side as they started to run the perimeter of the room. Sensei watched them run for a while, so long that Harry lost track of how many laps he managed to do before he wished that his legs would just fall off. Stop. Harry slowed and stopped. Stretch. Harry started to go to the ground when Rick stopped him. Trust me. Against the wall. Oh, this was different. Harry leaned against the wall. Give me a leg. Harry raised one leg and Rick grabbed it. Now stop me when it hurts. Harry nodded and let Rick push his leg up. Ow, right there. Rick stopped and lowered the leg a bit and held it in that position. Feel that pull. Harry nodded. This will give you some flexibility in your legs, which will help your kicks. The two of them stretched until Sensei called a halt. He just motioned to Rick, who went to a trunk and pulled out focus mitts. Get in your stance. Rick said as he moved to the center of the floor. Harry put up his hands and his back heel. When you see the cross on the mitt, punch. If the mitt goes down like this, kick. If the mitt goes like this, Harry instinctively ducked as the mitt came near his head. You duck. Good. Harry smiled and kept his hands up. Ready? Harry nodded and started to follow Rick's instructions as Sensei kept an eye on them. This is a lot of fun. Harry felt the mitt skim the top of his head. Oh, that was close. I love this. The two of them worked on that for almost 10 minutes before Sensei called for them to stop. Water. Harry nodded and headed over to the fountain. He stretched out his arms and sighed. He wasn't tired yet. Evan. Sensei gestured for Harry to join him. Harry jogged over and smiled. Yes, Sensei. Sensei gestured him to the mats. Break falls. 10 each side. Harry nodded and started practicing his break falls. Sensei watched him while he spoke to Rick. After Harry finished his last set, he hopped to his feet. Done, Sensei. Sensei nodded. Stretch. Harry stretched out. Sensei motioned for him to join Rick. Rick had a bucket of golf balls next to him. Put them in the other bucket. Harry looked at the other bucket, the balls, and shrugged to himself. He picked up one and tossed it at the bucket. A miss. He tossed another. Mississippi. He stopped after the last ball and frowned. He had not managed more than 10 into the other bucket. Pick them up and then toss with your left hand. Sensei told him. Harry did as he was told and started with his left hand. Harry could not understand the golf balls, but Sensei surely had a purpose, right? Enough. Harry stopped and stretched out his arm. Relax. Harry nodded and took a deep breath. Rick, run with Evan outside. Evan and Rick pulled on their shows and left the gym. Rick, why do we run so much? Harry asked as they started on their circuit of the grounds. You can't figure it out. Harry shook his head. Running is the best thing you can do in a fight. Harry's look gave away his thoughts. It isn't cowardice. You run to help someone. You run for help. You come up against someone you know you can't beat. You run. Someone has a weapon. You disable them and run. All of those reasons are valid for running, but it also gives you a great body for the girls. Evan shook his head. You have girls on your mind a lot. He said to Rick as they turned the corner. Harry stopped when they turned the corner. Hermione was standing there, talking with Michelle and Julie from the martial arts class. Ah, it looks like I'm not the only one. Rick whispered. Harry shook his head. Hermione's just a friend. He told Rick. Michelle looked up and smiled at Harry. Harry's heart did a little tap dance. Rick put a hand on his shoulder and bent down to whisper in his ear. Who said I was talking about Hermione? Rick asked with a playful tone. Rick patted his shoulder and went towards the girls. Good morning, ladies. Harry stared after him. Words could not describe Rick. He was too good at what he did. Miss Hermione Granger. Good to see you again. Hello, Rick. Hermione shook Rick's offered hand. Hermione looked past Rick and smiled at Harry. Excuse me. She rushed over to Harry and threw her arms around his neck. Hi, Skywalker. Harry smiled and hugged her back. Hi, me, he answered. Hermione pulled back and smiled. How are you? She asked. Harry only smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I'm wonderful. He told her truthfully. Harry thought he heard Michelle or Julie mumble something along the lines of you can say that again, but dismissed it. He's wonderful, but I'm afraid that he's also on a run that he must finish. Rick said, turning into a taskmaster. That explains the sweat. Hermione smiled at Harry and moved away. I'll see you after you are done. Julie, Shell, why don't you take Hermione here down to the dojo and let Sensei entertain her while Evan and I finish our run? Julie and Michelle nodded eagerly, each taking one of Hermione's hands as they led her away. Harry thought he heard Julie ask Hermione if Evan had a girlfriend at all, since Hermione was not it, but decided he really didn't want to know. Some things, especially girls' intimate conversation, he decided should be left alone except in dire circumstances. "Come on, Evan. Only 6 more times," Rick said in a cheerful voice. "Oh, is that all?" Harry asked sarcastically, starting after Rick. He wondered what Jack had nicknamed Rick. Eternally chipper? Bloody annoying? Too much energy for anyone's good. Rick called to Harry again. "Oh, definitely the second. 14. Subtle change, big impact. I know you all and will a while uphold / the unyoked humor of your idleness. / yet herein will I imitate the sun / who doth permit the base contagious clouds / to smother up his beauty from the world / that when he please again to be himself / being wanted he may be more wondered at / by breaking through the foul and ugly mists / of vapors that did seem to strangle him. / if all the years were playing holidays / to sport would be as tedious as to work / but when they seldom come, they wished for come / and nothing. Pleaseth but rare accidents. / so, when this loose behavior I throw off / and pay the debt I never promise / by how much better than my word, I am / by so much shall I falsify men's hopes / and like bright metal on a sullen ground / my reformation. Glittering o'er my fault / shall show more goodly, and attract more eyes / than that which hath no foil to set it off. / I'll so offend to make a offense a skill / redeeming time, when men think least I will." Harry stopped and looked at Hermione. "Word perfect," she announced, "and just over a minute. Well done." Harry smiled and sat back next to her. "I think that this speech was made for you, Harry," she told him. "I like it." Hermione smiled and curled up on the couch. "It does fit you, Skywalker," Hermione assured him. "You and your people's saving thing. Why do you feel the need to do it?" Harry shrugged. "No idea. I guess that it is a part of what makes me me." Harry decided to change the topic. "So, what were you, Julie, and Michelle talking about?" Hermione closed the Shakespeare book and tossed it onto the coffee table. She fussed with the hem of her shirt and gave Harry a coy smile. "You," she said with a giggle. "Me." She nodded, trying to hold her mirth in. "Why were you talking about me?" Hermione rolled her eyes and buried her face into her arms. "You don't see it, do you?" she asked. Harry was more than a little frustrated at this point. "See what?" he demanded. Hermione sat up and looked around the room. She found what she was looking for and stood. She grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him off the couch. "Me." "What?" "That." Hermione pointed to the mirror. Harry looked at it. "It's a mirror." Hermione clenched her hands and sighed. "And here I thought that only Crabbe and Goyle were this dense. Look at yourself in the mirror. Honestly. Oh, look in the mirror. Brilliant, Potter." Harry turned to the mirror and looked. "What?" "Different glasses do a lot for you, Harry. Girls are seeing it, and they love what they see." Harry stared at himself, not knowing what to say. Small changes made big differences. "Wow." Hermione smiled and messed up his hair. "I've made you vain. Be careful, or I'll start calling you Lockhart," she teased, still trying to mess up his hair. "Oh, you wouldn't dare." Harry broke away from the mirror and turned to Hermione. "I would." She smiled. "Now back to Julie and Michelle." Harry stopped at the abrupt change. "What about them?" he asked, afraid of what she was going to say. He collapsed back onto the couch and closed his eyes. "They like you," she told him, lying down on the couch. She nudged him to make room for her head. "So, I like them too." Hermione covered her face with her hands. "Please, Harry, don't be dense." She groaned. "They like you. They like what they see. They wanted to know if you had a girlfriend. Julie would like to be your girlfriend." Harry blinked. Hermione couldn't mean that. Oh, no. Unfamiliar territory. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. Air. Ah. Hermione closed her eyes and smiled. "Oh, good. You understand. Your brain just shut down." Harry looked down at Hermione. His mind processed what she had said. He just wasn't sure what to make of it. "You don't have to do anything about it now. Just let them adore from afar. If you feel the need to ask one of them out, just write me. I'll be happy to give you advice." Harry decided to take the easy way out. "Ah, thanks. So, tell me what happens in Star Wars." Hermione opened her eyes and glared. "No, you need to watch it." Harry pouted. "Please me?" Hermione shook her head. "You need to watch it." She told him. "Ask Paul." A voice from the door made them both jump. "Ask Paul what?" Paul stepped through the door. "Harry wanted me to tell him the rest of Star Wars. I told him that he had to see it." Hermione sat up and ran her hands through her hair. "I mentioned that he should ask you." Paul smiled and appeared thoughtful. "We might be able to arrange something, provided that your floor has their homework finished." Harry brightened. "I'm pretty sure that they all finished. We had a study session last night. I can check at lunch." Harry told him. "That's good, because it's almost time for lunch. Hermione, you're welcome to stay for lunch and the movie." Hermione smiled. "Could I call my parents' mobile to let them know?" Paul nodded and motioned for Hermione to follow him. "Oh, I love this stuff," Hermione said, diving into her spaghetti and meatballs. Harry smiled. "Why don't they serve this at school?" She asked Harry. "I don't know." Harry told her. "So, Hermione, are you and Evan here going out?" Hermione smiled. "I'm getting that question a lot today." She answered with a laugh. "No, we're just friends." She told the table. "How did you become friends?" Bug asked, chasing a meatball around his plate. "Evan and his best friend, Ron, saved me from a troll." Harry dropped his fork. "Of a boy in our first year." She did that so smoothly. "Friends from then on." She smiled. "Now I get to keep the two of them out of trouble, and their heads in the books." She smiled at Harry. Harry just stared at her. "Need I remind you about the club you started?" Harry asked. "Well, that professor was completely incompetent." She looked around at the others gathered. "She was, trust me. It was only our grades. Never mind she was so incompetent. And it wasn't a club. It was a study group with definite goals and purpose." She told Harry with her usual I'm right look on her face. "You should be a solicitor. You sound like my dad." Bug told her. "I've thought about it." Wow, that was news to Harry. "I'm drawn to several different professions. I'm still deciding." She smiled. "Pass the garlic bread, please." "What do you want to do, Evan?" Harry looked up. An Odash, a police officer. Hermione kicked him under the table. Harry kicked her back. "Why?" Sparky asked. Harry shrugged. "My father and godfather were one." Harry took a deep breath. I think you'd make a better teacher. Hermione said, You should have seen his patience with one of our classmates. He never grew cross with him at all. Harry glared at her. She smiled back. Is everyone finished? Paul asked. The entire table stood. Okay, guys, down to the rec room. The scene at the rec room mirrored Harry's birthday party. There was a lot of pillow tossing and jostling for seats. Hermione found herself sandwiched between Harry and Bug. All right, little Jedi, settle down. Paul smiled and switched on the video. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. Harry stared at the screen. What was Luke doing? He told me enough. Oh, he was courting death. Well, either way he went was death, but still, hanging on something like that was not helping his chances. He told me you killed him. No. So Vader hadn't killed Anakin Skywalker. I am your father. Harry's feelings matched his face. Absolute horror coursed through him. No, that's not true. Oh, Harry hoped it wasn't. That's impossible. Harry watched, afraid to blink. Search your feelings. You it to be true. Harry stared at the screen. It couldn't be true. No. Oh, Harry agreed. Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny. Join me, and we can rule the galaxy as father and son. Come with me. It's the only way. Harry watched as Luke made his decision. Oh no. Don't jump, Luke. Join him, but don't die. Harry was surprised to find Luke alive after his fall. Why would Luke risk death? Harry thought that if he were faced with the same decision, he would have done the same thing. Luke. Harry looked at the screen again. Oh, he knew those feelings. Father. Harry shuddered. Son, come with me. Harry could almost hear Voldemort mentioning bringing back his parents. Ben, why didn't you tell me? Yes. Why wasn't he told? Why? Harry watched as the screen shifted back to Vader. Luke, it is your destiny. Harry shuddered again. He hated those words. Ben, why didn't you tell me? Why wasn't he told? Why did the old wizard keep such a secret from him? Why? Harry watched the rest of the film in a daze. He understood the longing Luke had for his ideal father, the betrayal he felt, and the confusion. They each had been marked. It wasn't fair. Evan, walk me out. Harry nodded and got to his feet. Hermione held his hand the whole way down the hallway. She told the attendant at the desk that they would just be outside, waiting for her parents. Harry, what are you thinking about? If Voldemort shows up saying that he is my father, I'm going to Avada Kedavra myself. Hermione blinked before she laughed. I wouldn't worry too much about that, Skywalker. Hermione told him. He would have been pretty old when you were conceived. Harry fought against a smile, but finally cracked. What? Do you always think things like that? He asked, sitting down under a tree. Mostly. I'm an insufferable know-it-all, after all. I have a reputation to maintain. She smiled and nudged him. Harry pushed her back. I thought you hated being called a know-it-all. Harry started playing with the grass at his feet. Hermione smiled again and joined Harry in building a construction of grass. I used to. Now, though, it's different. If I make it my own, no one can use it against me. It has lost the power over me. Harry thought about it before nodding. It made a lot of sense. I like your reasoning. Can I use it against the psycho one? The Emperor? She asked. Sure. Harry stopped his hand in midair, trying to work out who the Emperor could be. Voldemort, Harry. Harry collapsed on the grass in laughter, and Hermione joined him just a second later. The Emperor. That's great. Harry rolled around in laughter. The two joked about Star Wars until Hermione's parents came to get her. I've decided not to go back to Hogwarts this year. Mee has said that she'll keep me posted on magical happenings as long as I promise to keep improving. I don't know what she considers improvement, though. Thinking about Sirius doesn't hurt so much now. The nice thing is that it's allowed to hurt here. No one looks at you funny if you're quieter than usual or if you look like you've been crying. They all do the same. It's nice not having my friends look at me like I'm a puzzle, and then have them turn on me because I don't meet their expectations. Just acceptance. It's something I didn't realize I needed until just a few days ago. I've always had it from Hermione and Ron too, except for that jealousy thing in 4th year. Now, I have it all the time. 15. Here, Mousy, Mousy, Mousy. Hermione telling the protectors that Dee is lying. Yes, just not yet. Star Wars movies. Love them. The old ones. I haven't decided about the new ones yet. I am waiting to see the 3rd one. They just fit Harry's situation. Snape's involvement. Not until much later in the story. He will become involved when he gets hit with some hard truths about Harry, along with some help from a very stubborn Gryffindor. He and Hermione have had no contact yet, but he will be the only one to put it together and figure out who does know where Harry is, followed shortly by Draco. Dumbledore, knowing/finding out. All I can say, yikes. He won't know what hit him. He doesn't know yet. Fireworks, people, fireworks. The Order knows/doesn't know. They don't know. The events Dumbledore mentioned to Petunia has something to do with that. Pairing for the story, I can see why so many of you think it is Harry/Hermione. It's not. Hermione's just being a friend. There may be Harry/OC, but I'm not sure about that yet. Sylvia's given me a lot of leeway about this. Evil grin. Draco's role. Integral, I assure you. I won't say how, though. Harry's return to Hogwarts. It will happen, though probably not in the way so many of you think it will. As for him deciding not to go back, check out the title. Dumbledore said that blood magic was not fully understood. There has also been mention that magic is stronger through force of will and emotions. That's all the hints I am dropping. Harry and Jedi. Harry wants to be one. There will be more on that later. The thing at the end of Chapter 14. Journal entry of Harry's. Timeline. We have 3 weeks left until September 1st. With that being taken care of, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You guys just rock my little fanfiction world. Thanks for taking the time to respond to me. On to the story. Dear me, I was rereading parts of my journal and remembered a question I wanted to ask you when you were here. How was I able to tell Paul about my being a wizard without the ministry storming in and locking me up? How does the law work? Love. Skywalker. Harry dropped the letter into the outgoing mailbox and waved goodbye to his friends as he walked down the hallway to Paul's office. He winced as his shoulders pulled. He stretched them a bit and sighed. He had yet to learn Sensei's motivations, but the man, it seemed, knew something Harry did not. Harry had tried to get answers from him, but Sensei was worse than Dumbledore in that respect. Where Dumbledore would drop clues, Sensei said nothing at all. It was a perplexing situation to Harry, one in which he was not quite sure he wanted to be involved. Let the man keep his secrets and mysterious looks. Harry had his own. He had yet to tell anyone about his feelings concerning his decision not to return to Hogwarts this year. He had written to his aunt and told her, thanking her for doing what she had thought was best. Harry was thankful for what she had done. He was just afraid to do more than say thank you. Expressing his feelings to his family, he had learned, was a sure way to get him hurt. He hesitated to do that. Old lessons died hard. Harry reached Paul's office and knocked on the door. He opened the door and smiled at Paul. A voice from the corner distracted him. And behind door number 3, a human. Yes, I know I'm amazing. I'll be here all week. Harry laughed at the snake and settled on the couch. Yes, I have finally brought my snake in. I have some paperwork to finish up, if you don't mind. Harry shook his head. I'm almost finished, so you and he can have a quick chat. I'll be done in just a minute. Harry thanked Paul and moved over to the cage. Secretly, Paul had turned on a tape recorder and was watching Harry. He started in surprise when Harry responded to the hissing with some of his own. What are you staring at for eyes? The snake demanded of Harry. Oh, the joys of speaking another language. I can insult you all I like. The snake slid over its rock. Harry was sure that he was smug with himself. And you can't do anything about it. Oh, definitely smug. I beg your pardon. Harry answered him. The snake stopped moving and turned his head to stare at Harry. I would rather you not insult me. I did not mean to offend you. The tongue slipped out twice as the snake seemed to consider its options. You speak. The snake said, You speak very well. I have never met anyone who did such a thing. No humans at least. Harry smiled at him. There aren't very many of us. Harry answered, May I ask your name? Harry asked, I am called Zen at your service. The snake reared up and affected a bow. Zen, interesting name. Harry turned to Paul. You named your snake Zen? Paul dropped his pen and looked at Harry. Yes, Zen told you? Harry laughed at Paul's expression. You didn't quite believe me, did you? Harry asked. It's okay. I didn't even know there was a name for it until my second year at Hogwarts. Let's just say that went over well. Harry Potter, a Parselmouth? Being a Parselmouth is the mark of a dark wizard. Doom and devastation. The Gryffindor Golden Boy is a Parselmouth. Run away and hide. Harry made his voice quite different for each sentence and ended on the couch collapsed in a heap. Paul smiled at Harry's joking and poked Harry in the shoulder. Harry smiled at Paul and sat up. You're in quite a mood today. What's up? Paul asked, setting aside his own work. Nothing really. I just found the magical world's reaction quite humorous. So I can talk to snakes? Big deal. It's like being left-handed. Harry tossed his school bag on the ground. I love it when you use my analogies, Paul said with a proud smile. Harry sat cross-legged on the couch and hid his face. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Harry returned. Anything you would like to ask Zen? He asked with a grin. I'm willing to act as an interpreter. Paul stopped and thought for a few seconds. Is he happy? Paul always wanted to know what his pet was thinking. Harry turned to face the cage and said something in the snake language. Zen, Paul, this guy here would like to know if you are happy. Zen cocked his head to the side and gave Harry what he thought was a snake smile. Warm lights and rocks, plenty of space. entertaining views, food. Yes, I am happy. Though you can tell, Paul, was it, that I am starting to get hungry. Harry smiled at Zen's response. Here, mousey. Harry laughed at Zen and turned back to Paul. He said that he was content with his home, enough space, warm lights and rocks, food, etc. He asked me to tell you that he's starting to get hungry, and then he said, here, mousey. Paul's face was enough to set Harry off into laughter again. I think your snake has a great personality. Harry pulled his favorite pillow to him and started tossing it in the air. Oh, plaything, Zen said from the corner, watching Harry play with the pillow. Harry giggled. I like you, Zen. Would you like to be friends? Harry asked him. Zen slithered up to the front of the glass and fixed Harry with a stern look. That is dependent upon you telling me your name, Zen said in a serious voice. Harry realized that he had forgotten to tell the snake his own name. I apologize. My name is Harry, Harry told him. Zen bowed again. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry. I would be delighted to be friends with you. We can talk to each other. Maybe you will see what you can do about a mouse. Zen asked. Harry promised him that he would see what he could do, but would not promise a mouse. So, how is your day going? Paul asked, pushing away his paperwork. It's fine. Can we go outside? Harry asked. You can't get enough, can you? Harry smiled as he picked up the chess set. Harry smiled and shook his head. I'm determined to be a chess master by the time I'm ready to go back to Hogwarts. Harry said, yes. That giant chess set. Yes. Now the question is, how quietly can you sneak me into Hogwarts to see it? Harry smiled and shrugged. Can we bring Zen? Harry asked. Paul considered the fact that Harry could control the snake. If you can ask him to stay near us, I don't see a problem. Paul watched as Harry went over and talked to the snake. He slid the tape recorder into his pocket and watched as Harry put his arm into the tank. Zen slid up his arm and settled around Harry's neck. Did you ask him not to choke you? He asked. Yeah, he won't hurt me and promised to stay near us. He did say that he'll want to stay on one of us for the heat. Harry told Paul. Paul smiled and slid a finger down the snake's back. Oh, he really liked that. Harry told him. What did he say? Paul asked. I am a puddle. Just a puddle, . Harry translated. He's quite a character. Harry followed Paul out of the office. Maybe he would win today. The next day, Harry rushed out of literature class and down the hall. He had seen the drama teacher, Professor Bevington, walk down the hallway just minutes earlier with a folded sheet of paper in his hands. Harry was sure that that paper was the results of the auditions. He had never been so scared. Yes, he was right. There was a large crowd around the bulletin board. Various shouts of joy came from several people as they saw their names on the sheet. Harry joined the crowd and made it to the results. He stared at the sheet. They were doing King Lear. Harry hadn't read that one yet. He scanned the list under Dramatis Personae and felt his heart stop. Edmund Evan James. I made it. He whispered to himself. I made it. He noted what time practices started, 4 p.m. that very day, and backed away from the board. I made it, he said to himself. He went to Paul's office and knocked on the door. Harry opened the door when he heard Paul call for him to come in and stood in the doorway. I heard the results were out. Paul pointed to the ceiling. There was a stampede of nothing less than elephants above me just a few minutes ago. Well, you're looking at Edmund, Harry announced. I'm Edmund. Paul let out a little shout, which made Skye stop in the hallway and stare at them. Nothing's wrong, Skye. Just a little celebration of theater parts, Paul said, waving her away. Skye left, mumbling something about enthusiastic theater patrons. Harry chucked his school bag in its customary corner and flopped onto the sofa. So, you made it to the actors list. Congratulations. Paul reached into his little refrigerator and tossed Harry a Coke. Oh, thanks. Harry waited until the fizz died down before opening it. I was wondering if you would allow me to start recording our sessions. Paul asked Harry. Harry blinked. They won't be used against me? Harry asked. Most people would ask why I wanted to do so, or what I would use them for. Paul said, pulling out the tape recorder. He raised an eyebrow. Why did you ask if they would be used against you? Paul set it down in front of Harry, but didn't turn it on. I have enemies, Paul. Paul made a note in his ever-present notebook. Harry had enemies. Paul knew that. He just wondered how close they were to Harry that they would be able to threaten him. Some would pay big money for some of the things in my head. He said sadly, these recordings would not leave my office. They will help to cut down the amount of time I would take notes during our sessions and would allow me to focus more on what you're saying at the time of the matter. Paul smiled a bit. In fact, if it would make you feel better, I'll erase the ones you really don't want to exist after I'm done taking notes on it. Harry pulled up his legs and wrapped his arms around them. He stared at the recorder. Paul realized that Harry was thinking. Harry brightened up and dropped his legs. I don't know why I'm worried about it. Most wizards wouldn't know what to do with things like that anyway. He said, pointing to the recorder. You can use it. Thank you, Harry. Paul switched it on. Just speak normally and try to forget about it. Paul advised him. A hiss from the corner caused Harry to look over there. Harry answered with a hiss of his own. What did Zen say? He asked. He said hello, and I told him hello back. Harry listened to Zen for a few seconds before smiling. He still wants a mouse, and he thanks you for taking him outside with us yesterday. Paul smiled. Could you tell him he's welcome, and that I'm sticking to his schedule on food, and he will have another mouse at the end of this week? Harry nodded and relayed the message. He listened to the response and laughed. He said, if you must, and I'm going to take a nap. Harry turned back to Paul fully. You still get a little freaked out about me being able to talk to him, don't you? Harry asked. Why do you think I'm freaked out? Paul asked. Aren't you? Harry returned to his position of pulled-up legs. No, I'm fascinated. Harry looked at Paul as though he was the one talking to snakes. Try to understand it from my viewpoint. This is like you learning that you were a wizard. Paul told him, a whole new world has opened for me when you told me Zen was happy. I had no idea if he was or not. Now, I know that I'm at least doing something right. Paul explained to Harry, walking on your hands with an explanation. Huh? Harry asked. Paul smiled again and nodded. Exactly. Paul told him. Now, I have some serious things to talk with you about. Harry nodded. Oh, don't look so down. They're not so bad. Okay, what are they? Harry asked, toying with the pillow. When your aunt first contacted us, she and I had a long discussion. She told me a few things about the way you were raised. Paul watched as Harry tensed up. Unexplored territory. I recommended that she and her family go into therapy as well. Harry nodded. She has followed my suggestion, and their therapist and I have been in contact with each other. I haven't told him anything you've said, just listen to him. Harry nodded again. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with having a joint therapy session. Their therapist would come and meet you, get to know you a bit, and then you all would meet. Paul explained. Will you be there? Harry asked. He would not be in a room with the Dursleys by himself if he could help it. He understood Aunt Petunia a little better after reading some of her journals, but Vernon and Dudley were unknown factors. For every second, Paul told him. The doctor stopped and looked at Harry. I feel that it will help you, but if you're not quite comfortable with the idea, we can put it off until later. Harry took on his thinking pose, as Paul called it, and closed his eyes. They were horrible to me when I was younger. Harry said quietly, not quite abusive, at least. I don't think so. There were times, though, when I wished someone would have called the police. I don't know if I want to try to get to know them, or become a family, or whatever it is they want from me. Harry grew progressively worse through his sentences. Breathe, Harry. Paul counseled. He reached out and took Harry's hands. Look at me, Harry. Harry took a deep breath and looked at Paul. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. Paul told him. Harry nodded. Did they ever hit you, Harry? Touch you in inappropriate ways or places? Harry shook his head. Can you tell me what they did do to you? Harry shook his head again. I'm not ready. Not yet. Harry told him. Paul frowned. Your actions are telling me that they did do something, like hitting you. Is that why you are afraid to talk about it? Paul asked. Harry shook his head and stood. Please don't leave, Harry. Harry pulled his school bag towards him. I'm not leaving. Harry dug into his school bag and pulled out a portfolio. It hurts. Paul didn't have to ask what hurt. They never really hurt me, but what they did was bad enough. Harry took a deep breath and let it out before continuing. I drew some pictures. Harry handed several sheets to Paul. They'll give you an idea. I just can't talk about it yet. Paul took the sheets and looked over them. They were pencil drawings, quite good drawings, but they gave some good information. Harry had labeled them, Cupboard Under the Stairs, Before Second Year, and Accidental Magic were scrawled across the bottom. Paul nodded and handed them back to Harry. I understand a bit better now. Thank you for showing me. Harry took them back and put them away. We won't meet with them for now. Harry visibly relaxed. Paul looked at Harry, crashed on the couch, and smiled. Now, he looked like a teenager. How are you? He asked, wanting an update. I'll be okay. Thanks for understanding. Paul smiled. That's what I'm here for. He told Harry. I know. Thanks. Harry laughed as a hiss came across from the corner. Paul gave him a look. I think Zen is dreaming. He went, here, mousey again. Paul snorted and Harry laughed again. Would it be okay if their therapist came and started to get to know you? Paul asked. Harry thought for a few minutes before nodding. As long as you stay with me. Harry told him. I'll be right beside you. Paul pulled out the chessboard. Chess. I'm going to win. Harry announced. That's what you think. Paul told him. Maybe Zen can give you suggestions. Harry rolled his eyes and picked a piece. Black. You've joined the dark side, I see. Paul said, Watch out, Vader. Here come the Jedi. Dear Skywalker, I'm not sure why the Ministry didn't show up. The law implicitly states that a wizard may not reveal the magical world unless his life is in danger. Harry, I hesitate to ask, but you weren't suicidal, were you? Please tell me the truth. All I can say is that something out there is on your side, perhaps even magic itself. Who knows? I'm certainly not asking Dumbledore. Maybe you just got lucky. I'll try to figure it out. Take care. May the Force be with you. Love. Hermione. 1 week later, Harry stood on the stage and faced the seats. His drama professor was the only one sitting there, but there was activity throughout the entire hall. All right, Evan. Act 1, Scene 2, line 121, if you please. Harry glanced down at the script in his hand and nodded. Let's hear it. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that when we are sick in fortune, often the surfeits of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, knaves, thieves, and treachers by spherical predominance, drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced dash. Heads. Harry ducked, but the crash came from the backstage area. Oh. A quiet voice said. Harry thought it sounded a lot like Bug, but he couldn't be sure. Guys, how fast do you think you can run? Professor Bevington leapt onto the stage and rushed past Harry. What is going on here? Wow, drama-guided teacher in 0.2 seconds. Several voices started speaking all at once. Enough. Is anyone hurt? Professor Bevington relaxed as the voices all answered that no one was injured. Good. Evan, that's enough for you today. Have someone read with you. You're doing fine. Harry recognized the dismissal, thanked him, and left the drama hall. He had time to answer Hermione's letter. Dear me, at that point, I just wanted everything to stop. I didn't care how really. Had it gone on much longer, who knows? I certainly don't wish to die now. I plan on being around for a little while. Mostly just to annoy Voldemort. Just kidding. I got a part in the play. I'm Edmund, Gloucester's bastard son in King Lear. Cool, huh? The play runs from November 1st to the 4th. Family and friends are welcome. Let me know if you want to come. Okay? I've discovered muscles I didn't know I had thanks to Sensei's careful observation to unknown muscle groups. He told me that he couldn't turn me into a super fighter, but that he would give me survival skills. I haven't figured it out yet, but he said that I will understand soon. I sure hope so. Well, that's all my news. May the Force be with you. Love. Skywalker. P.S. Dumbledore equals Obi-Wan Kenobi. What do you think? 16. Killing an alarm clock. I hope you have a good reason for dragging me out this early, Paul. Paul smiled at his old friend. Oh, of course, Joe. You know, I wouldn't disturb your precious beauty sleep without a good reason. Paul offered him a cup of coffee, Joe's drink of addiction since their freshman year, and smiled when the man attacked it. So, let's meet this patient of yours. The Dursleys talk about him, but they don't talk about him, if you know what I mean. Paul nodded and led Joe down the hallways. Exactly why do you have me out at 7 in the morning? He asked. Oh, Harry's been up for almost an hour already. He's in class with his martial arts instructor, but it will give me time to brief you on him. Prepare you, I think should be the word I am using. Joe raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes. Paul, you have such a flair for the dramatic. What's so special about him? Paul put his hands in his pockets and shook his head. Stop avoiding the issue. Paul glared at his old friend the best he could with a smile on his face and motioned to the stairs with his head. There are some things I literally can't tell you about him, Paul said as they rounded the corner to the gym. It took me forever to find the tiniest flaw in his barrier, and believe me, I still haven't made it all the way through. It's like having your head stuck in a crack of a jail. You can see the outside, but that doesn't mean you're there. Joe followed his friend. I don't want to betray his trust by telling you what he only told me in extreme distress, and had he not been ill at the time, I doubt he would have told me. Joe frowned. That is not going to help me with the Dursleys. Their nephew should be in therapy with them to solve the entire family's problems. Paul stopped before the gym door and shook his head. No way. He's got some serious issues of his own before I want him to do sessions with his family. I asked about what life was like with them, and he panicked, shut down. He entrusted some pictures he drew, but he wouldn't tell me. Paul pointed in the window. He's the short one. He said with a smile. What are they doing? Joe asked. Just him and the instructors. Paul nodded. Sensei asked for it, and he got it. Paul explained. Joe, there is something I should tell you about Harry, and that you need to know. I don't know if the Dursleys have told you this, but Harry has been attacked more than once by the man who killed his parents. He seems set on killing Harry as well. Joe turned to look in the window at the boy who was currently being tossed onto the mats. If Sensei can teach him something that will save his life from that man, I will allow it. Tell me that you are joking. Joe said, Tell me that this is one of those pranks you were so fond of while we were in school. Joe looked at Paul's face. You're not, are you? Paul shook his head. Why haven't they gone to the police? He asked. According to officials, the man is dead. Doesn't exist. Harry knows otherwise, but no one, except for a few of his school officials, believes him. Those school officials do their best to protect him while he is at school, but that man finds him there year after year because that is where his parents went. He has special talents, and that school teaches him what no other school can. Joe turned back to the window and watched the boy as he pulled a helmet on his head, and the teacher handed him a wooden sword. What in the world? Should he be doing that without more padding? I trust Sensei with my life. Harry is safer in there than anywhere else in the world. Paul told him. Sensei Leonard instinctively knew that Harry had been in fights for his life before. Joe looked at him in disbelief. Yes, fights for his life. I haven't got all the details, and I'm only telling you this to prepare you. Harry is extremely guarded and does not trust anyone easily. He may take a while to tell you something, if anything. Don't expect to get a lot out of him. Joe nodded and watched while the teacher went after the kid. He was surprised to see the kid handling the sword with some familiarity. Has he done this before? Joe asked, motioning at the swordplay. No, today's the first day. Harry's been really excited about it. Paul told him. Cool, isn't it? He picks up on weapons quickly, from what Sensei says. Both men watched the fight until Harry's legs were knocked out from under him, and Sensei held him at sword point. Harry hopped to his feet as Sensei moved away, and the two of them started at each other again. He'll be in the office in an hour. Let's get you some more coffee, and I'll tell you just a bit about my work with him. Harry, though, I'll allow him to show you what kind of person he is." Joe nodded and moved away from the door, following Paul down the hall. "Protego!" Ron shouted, trying to block Moody's spell. The shield shattered, and he fell to one knee. Moody stomped over and pulled him back to his feet. "Again, boy. Hold nothing back. Hesitation will do nothing but get you killed." Ron nodded and readied himself again. "Expelliarmus." Moody shot the spell towards Ron. Ron raised his wand and said the counter spell he had been ordered to use. "Protego." Ron watched as his shield held, and the other spell ricocheted off to hit the boundary spell and dissipate. "Better," Moody said happily. He waved his wand towards the boundary spell, and the area around the dueling floor shimmered. "Take a knee, all of you." The other protectors gathered around Ron and sat. Neville passed Ron a bottle of water. "The enemy has no mercy." Moody started. "It is kill or be killed. The Death Eaters will not hesitate to kill you. You must not hesitate to attack them or kill them if you must. They do not have a conscience. You cannot appeal to their mercy, for they have none." Moody was pacing back and forth in front of his trainees, trying to impart some of his hard-earned knowledge, as well as some of Dumbledore's lessons. You can trust only each other on the battlefield, no one else. He paused. "What is your prime objective?" "To fight against evil, sir." The recruits, save one, repeated. "Who are you to protect?" Moody growled. "The innocent, the weak, and those who fight against evil, sir." The children, except one, repeated. "What is your primary charge?" Moody stopped and faced them. "To protect and guard the boy who lived, even if it is from himself, sir." Moody nodded. They had learned their lessons well. A shape in the shadows watched the proceeding with a firm sneer. He disagreed with those ideas, this training, and the whole project. These were children. Annoying dunderheads. Yes, but children. He eyed every one of them. Some were surprises. Longbottom, for one. He had turned out to be quite a remarkable dueler. All thanks to that little clandestine study group the Golden Trio had run last year. They thought that no one knew. He did. He had watched many a session, just as he was doing right now. What no one, not even the omniscient Dumbledore, knew was that the head of Slytherin House had a secret passageway to this room in his quarters and had often used it to exercise on his own. Heaven forbid anyone should find out. But you didn't survive long as a spy if you couldn't run from your enemies. The DA had almost walked in on him more than once, and he couldn't resist watching students break the headmistress Umbridge rules, especially with the insufferable know-it-all being a part of it all, and her penchant for following rules. Now he used it to spy on these proceedings, knowing to his core that this was wrong. It would be an even harder year for Potter. He quickly squashed any feelings of pity. Pity only got you killed. His best friends would be spying on him, for his own good. Snape almost snorted. Too much was done for that boy's own good, and all of it so far had ended in disaster. Dumbledore's guards from the Order had been pulled from the Dursleys' residence and Potter's home when Hogsmeade had been attacked. Dumbledore had reorganized the wards so that they would know when a wizard approached the house. But even Snape could point out that anything could happen in the time it took to get there. Snape loathed Potter. That was true, but he didn't want him to die. The pensive incident came to mind, and he pushed it away. Okay, he had pure loathing for that spoiled brat, but he still didn't want him to die. He had been trying to protect Potter from those images of his father. Who was he to disabuse the boy of his valued father with proof? He had simply enjoyed needling Potter into response so he could assign attention. Potter needed the real world, and Snape gave it to him. Fantasy was not going to save his life. Fantasy, and this little club of Dumbledores. What a horrible idea. He masked his feelings. Dumbledore could not know these thoughts. How are you to do that? Moody seemed like he wanted to stump them all. With draft of the living death. That is the only way to keep Potter in one place long enough to save his life. Severus thought. He turned his attention back to the children. No one seemed brave enough to take the question, as discreetly as possible, so we do not arouse his suspicions, sir. Draco called out. There was another surprise. Just before all this madness known as summer studies started, Draco had appeared at the gates of Hogwarts beaten with several broken bones. He had only a bag with him and his wand. He spent nearly a week in the hospital wing under Pomfrey's care. When questioned, the only details he would give were that he had seen a Death Eaters meeting and had refused the Dark Mark. I groveled to no one. He had told Severus when he had asked why. Turn me in if you wish. I still won't bow to him. Severus had left spying shortly before Draco had come to Hogwarts. His mark had burned almost continuously from that day on, making him more snappish, but he told Draco his secret and had received a surrogate son in return. Draco stayed in the Protector's dorm, true, but he spent a lot of time with Severus when he wasn't required to be with the others training or studying. Severus had not realized what a comfortable situation having another person around could be. Yes, discretion is vital in protecting of a target, Moody said with pride. Well done, Malfoy. Thank you, sir. Draco answered. Oh, the boy could play the game well. Harry Potter is a volatile person. He is emotional, illogical, and extremely vulnerable. It will be up to you to keep him safe. Snape left the room of requirement, thankful for the magical shield that protected him from Moody's eyeball, and went back to the room the normal way. Few knew the secrets of Slytherin House, and even less knew how to use them. But as head of house, he had some certain privileges that others would never have. Salazar Slytherin had his own methods of choosing heads of house, regardless of the headmaster or headmistress. That much Snape knew, and he would never share until another was chosen for head of house. He opened the doors and stood in the doorway. Intimidation, anger, supreme power, Longbottom exploding a cauldron, Gryffindor winning the House Cup. His mental thoughts worked well. The students all seemed toshrink under his gaze. I love my job. I've come for my trainees. He drawled. He folded his arms as though he could care less and waited. You've done well today. Moody said, Oh, that's right. Stroke their little egos. Set them up for failure. Well done, Mad-Eye. Malfoy, Lovegood, Weasley, Brown, Patil, Spinnet, Bones, Johnson, and Macmillan report to Professor Snape. Snape turned and left the doorway, causing the students to run after him. He vaguely heard the Patil twins question which one was to go, and Moody answered the Gryffindor one because he couldn't tell them apart. The girl came running after Snape's group. Well, at least she was the one capable of turning out an acceptable potion. The Ravenclaw one was too bookish to do well in a practical setting. Good grades, yes. Practical ability, no. Take your seats. Instructions are on the board. I must remind you that one mistake in this potion will likely remove all of the skin from your faces." Severus stopped to see who had done their reading. Draco smirked and ducked his head to hide his laughter, while Lovegood retained her always vacant expression. Severus glared at Weasley, who looked panicked. "Perfect. Get started." He conveniently forgot to mention that any explosion would cause the best moisturizing cream known to wizarding and muggle kind. Why ruin his fun to reassure them? Hermione stumbled out of bed to kill her alarm clock. She pummeled the snooze button without mercy and sunk back under her comforter. She buried herself in her blankets and proceeded to rendezvous with the wizard of her dreams. 9 minutes later found her muttering hexes under her breath, hands itching for her wand. She hit the snooze button to stop the annoying beeping and turned off the alarm. She missed many muggle things at Hogwarts, but this destroyer of dreams known as an alarm clock was not one of them by any stretch of the imagination. After her hot as the sun shower, she dressed, grabbed one of her Hogwarts robes, and went down the stairs. An order member would be escorting her and her parents to Diagon Alley to shop for her school supplies. Hermione knew that getting Harry's books would be difficult, but she was determined to do as she promised. "Morning, Mum." Hermione collapsed at the kitchen table and put her head down on the table. "Good morning, sweetheart. You look tired." Hermione picked her head up as her mother slid a plate in front of her. "Oh, thank you." She picked up her fork and started on her eggs. "I'm not tired. My stupid alarm clock interrupted a great dream. I nearly sent it out the window." She swallowed her bite and smiled. "This is great, Mum." "You're welcome. Oh, a letter came from you." Hermione thanked her and ripped it open. She relaxed at Harry's explanation and smiled. Harry got a part in the play. He's Edmund from King Lear. Sensei's working him hard. She smiled as her mother nodded. He says that Dumbledore equals Obi-Wan Kenobi. I can see it. I mean, both are old wizards who had something to do with their charge's life. Obi-Wan placed Luke with his aunt and uncle. Dumbledore placed Harry with his aunt and uncle. Both knew the child's father and passed. She stopped at her mother's amused look. "You kids and that movie." Dr. Granger laughed and shook her head. "Mum," Hermione said, "don't tease." "Oh, I won't." She knelt down next to her daughter's chair and looked her in the eye. "Just don't become one of those people who dress up and go to parties." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Make sure that letter is put away." Hermione finished her breakfast and left to go to her room. She paused in the doorway. "You know, Mum, I never thought of that before. Harry would really enjoy dressing up like Luke. Maybe we could get the patterns from the internet. And, She ran from her mother, who came after her with the spatula. She brushed past her father on the stairs. "Brace yourself, Dad. Mum's gone mad." Her father stared after her before continuing to the kitchen. "You've gone mad?" he asked. His wife sighed. She was teasing about dressing her and Harry up as Star Wars characters. Dr. Granger gave a little theatrical shudder and kissed his wife. "Anything but that." He said in a jovial tone, "I wonder what I did with those pictures." He mumbled, "If you even think of showing those pictures to her, I will make you cook your own meals." Her husband smiled up at her. Thank God for carry-out. He ducked as the spatula flew at his head. His daughter was right. She had gone mad. Good thing he was in love with her when she didn't have a spatula in her hand. Nuts, the both of you. She told him, finding a new utensil. Of all the traits you had to pass on to her, you had to give her a science fiction gene. He looked up from the table, offended. Who says Star Wars is fiction? He demanded. Dr. Granger could only roll her eyes at her husband. A crash from the hallway told them that their order escort had arrived. Hi, Tonks, Hermione said brightly. Both adults had to fight a groan. Tonks was a disaster waiting to happen. We don't have to go anywhere with breakables, do we? He asked his wife. I hope not. She told him. She went to offer breakfast, wondering if she should protect her dishes from the horror. They had only met her once, but it was enough to give Hermione's parents a lasting impression. Hermione's father sat at the table, wondering where he had left his pictures of his Skywalker and Darth Vader costumes. In the attic, perhaps? More importantly, where were the costumes? He was sure that he still had them. Mom, Dad, distract Tonks. I need to get Harry's books. Hermione whispered as Tonks apologized to each shopkeeper on the alley for knocking over a display. Her parents both nodded, and she ducked into Flourish and Blots. Hello, Hermione. She smiled at the clerk, who seemed to have grown fond of her. What can we do for you today? I need 2 copies of each 6th-year book on this list. She handed him her list, and he nodded. I'll get my son on this. He motioned to a rather oldish-looking boy, who ran forward and shyly smiled at Hermione. Hermione vaguely recalled him from Hogwarts, but he had been at least 4 years above her, and she couldn't remember his name. She smiled back at him as he took her list and left. I can see some questions burning in there. What extra materials do you need this time? You know me so well. First, I want to thank you for the excellent occlumency book, Mr. Arcane. The man smiled. It was a huge help. Glad you liked it, Hermione. She looked at her secret list. I was wondering if you have any books on wandless magic. Mr. Arcane looked at her. And why would you want that? He asked. Heavy reading. He told her. I'm curious. She told him. The idea fascinates me. Magic without a wand. It makes me think. Mr. Arcane led her to the back of the shop. He ghosted his hands over the shelves, apparently searching for the right book. I will warn you, Hermione, very few wizards manage it. Even less can manage more than a simple spell. It's a very complicated and archaic form of magic. You will not find many good sources here. He pulled out a book and handed it to her. I can contact my friend at the other store, if you would like. Oh, yes, Mr. Arcane. That would be wonderful. I will appreciate any sources you can find for me. Mr. Arcane smiled down at her. Still hate that restriction on some books at Hogwarts. Eh? He asked. More than ever. How can they restrict knowledge that way? Mr. Arcane smirked and handed her another book. She smiled and then followed him up to the register. If all he would give her was these 2 books, that was all Flourish and Blots had to offer, and she would have to wait for the other book. Some people feel that certain knowledge is not good in the hands of the general public. He told her. His son came stumbling up to the register and dropped the stack on the counter. She thanked him and watched as he turned red and backed away. Did Harry enjoy the occlumency book? He asked in a whisper. Hermione's jaw dropped before she could stop it. How did you know? She asked. I know many things, Hermione. I keep many secrets, and will keep your secret and his as well. Hermione relaxed. So did he enjoy it? He asked with an affable smile and an obvious eagerness. Very much. He said it helped a great deal. Mr. Arcane smiled and clapped his hands once. Excellent. He reached under the counter and pulled out 2 little books. I've been saving these for you since I had suspicions that you and he were in clandestine contact. Hermione looked at them and raised an eyebrow. What are these? She asked. Mini messengers. He told her. They're not to be put on the market until Christmas, but I thought that they were perfect for you and your friend. He flipped one open, and unlined pages met Hermione's eyes. They look like a planner or a journal. They can be linked to another book. He held up the other. And you and the other person can communicate back and forth. The words are coded once you shut the book, and you must say the password to reveal the writing. They are endless, so you never run out of fresh paper. He closed the book. I can also emboss a name on them, if you would like. Hermione looked at the books. They did indeed look like a tiny journal or planner. They're perfect. She told him, this will solve many problems this year. She picked one up. I'll take them. Could you put Skywalker on one and me with an eye on the other? Mr. Arcane waved his wand and smiled as Hermione's own smile brightened. He had never met such a curious witch before, and Hermione was in a league of all her own when it came to studies. Password? He asked. Lightsaber. She said. Mr. Arcane raised an eyebrow, but said nothing as he keyed the books to the password. Thank you so much, Mr. Arcane. The man nodded and rang up the books. Hermione, why are there 6 different books on potions? He asked. The girl only grinned. Professor Snape won't know what hit him this year. She said with an evil little glint in her eyes. Good luck to the professor. Then, I'd hate to be on the receiving end. He noticed a pink-haired woman coming towards his shop. I'll send you those references you asked about by Owl later. Okay? She nodded as he packed up the books into bags and shrunk the other set. These will return to normal about 6 o'clock this evening. He told her. She gave him a conspiratorial smile and nodded. Thank you so much, Mr. Arcane, for all of your help. Is it possible for you to copy those resources? She asked. Anything you wish, my dear. I'll send them along. She thanked him again and lugged her bag towards her parents. Hermione, you can't run off like that. Tonks lectured. Oh, ticked aurors were not pretty sights. I know, Tonks, but you were taking so long, and the books were calling to me, and... Tonks cut her off and ushered her to the door, muttering about obsessive bookworms. Hermione only smiled. She had gotten away with it. Tomorrow she could visit Harry and give him his books. Look out, protectors. They wouldn't know what hit them either. Half of the defense books she had on her list weren't requested by the teacher. 17, just a glimpse. Harry meeting with the Dursleys. Eventually, getting chapters faster. I think an update a week or every 10 days is pretty good. Sorry. Dumbledore finding out about Harry. September 1st, of course. Hermione not a protector. There is a very good reason as to why Hermione is not a protector. Think hard. You'll figure it out. You all are so smart. Winky face. Harry staying at St. Jude's. You'll find out later. Return of the Jedi. No idea. I have it in my notes, but they're scattered about at the moment. He'll be quoting ROTJ lines with Hermione soon enough. Don't worry. The lone protector, you know, the one who wasn't answering questions? He's not a Gryffindor. Guards around Harry's house. They were pulled and sent to protect Hogsmeade. Read chapter 16 again. The full explanation is in there. Wandless magic. A Jedi's power flows through the Force. Hermione learning with Harry. She's Hermione. What do you think? Jo and Evan James. Paul uses Harry, and so will Jo. They will both be his therapist. Paul will be Harry's individual, and Jo will be family. That, and the family mentioned Harry, not Evan. Harry's return to Hogwarts. Yet herein will I imitate the sun. I'm sure you understand my meaning. Hermione's return to Hogwarts. Yes, she is going back. Sensei knowing something. Sensei knows many things. Critic unknown. Your review left me speechless. I do plan on going professional, but not quite yet. I have to go to law school first. Thank you for such wonderful encouragement and an offer to buy my books. I will let you know when I do start writing professionally. As for your speculation, you got it in one. Congratulations. Cooby Kippers. You paid me a very high compliment. Better not let JKR find out. Winky face. Thanks for reviewing and encouraging me. Okay, gang. I'm stopping the reviews here, so FFN doesn't kill me and take my story down. I've been warned. There are too many reviews to answer here. If you would like an answer, include your email address, and I will email you. You all have been phenomenal and wonderful. I send out virtual chocolate, cookies, pizza, and pickles to all. I'm still speechless. On to the story. Come in, Paul said when he heard Harry knock. Harry was here for his appointment. Harry came in looking relaxed, but that changed the minute he saw Jo sitting in a chair next to Paul. Hi, Harry. Harry nodded, still staring at Jo. Harry looked at Paul, eyes questioning the other man's presence. Do you remember when I asked about bringing the Dursleys' therapist here? Harry nodded again. This is Jo, the Dursleys' therapist. Jo stood and went over to Harry, extending his hand to Harry. Harry took it cautiously and shook it lightly before dropping it. It's nice to meet you, Harry, Jo said in his softest voice. Likewise, Harry said, still eyeing the man. He speaks. Paul fell out of his chair and onto the floor. The action had the desired effect. Harry snorted and relaxed enough to smile. I've not heard you so quite since you saw The Empire Strikes Back, Paul told him. Harry rolled his eyes and sat down on the couch, still wary, but willing to trust Paul's judgment about this man. Yeah, well. Harry ducked his head before looking back up at Paul. Finding out that Darth Vader is Luke's father was pretty traumatizing. Harry stopped and looked at Paul suspiciously. What else haven't you told me? He demanded in a serious voice. Paul smirked and slouched in his seat. A great many things, young Jedi. Paul took on a haggard appearance and imitated the Emperor's voice from the movie. Harry looked at him with wide eye and shuddered. A great many things. Don't do that. It's creepy, Harry said, tossing his bag in the corner. He felt his wand against his leg. He had a defense against this man, this Jo. Harry studied him again. He looked like a typical muggle. Too typical. Of course, that didn't mean anything. Harry wanted to smack himself. He was becoming as paranoid as Mad-Eye. Paul got up from his seat and went over to the fridge and started digging. So what if it was before lunch? Harry could have a soda. He needed one, and he was sure Joe would appreciate more caffeine. In fact, if he played this right, Joe studied Harry, who was also studying him. He was a small teenager. He did not take after his cousin and uncle, but more like his aunt. His stare was intense, but he didn't make eye contact. He didn't need to. Joe could read his feelings through body language alone. Harry did not like him. Yet. He didn't trust him either. He was sure that once he and Harry had met a few times, they would become friends. Paul had been right. Harry was one tough kid. Joe jumped in surprise as a bottle of soda flew at Harry. Harry reached up and caught it without looking at it. His face must have shown his surprise, for Harry raised an eyebrow before setting the soda aside and smirking. "Use the force," he told Joe. Joe smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I can't do that Jedi stuff." Paul handed him a bottle of soda. "So that's how you did it?" he asked Harry. "The Force." Harry's a regular Jedi, or so he thinks. I think he just has really good reflexes. Something to do with sports at school. Harry smiled again and nodded. "Yeah, that's it," he told Joe. Quidditch was a sport. Joe didn't need to know which. "Sports at school. I need to protect my head from flying objects, and we don't wear helmets for that." Joe nodded his understanding and took a long drink from his soda. Caffeine, the source of his power. "So what do you play?" Joe asked. "Football on my house team." Harry said. "Nice save, Harry. Bravo." Okay, so Joe was different. More serious than Paul, he guessed. He felt his wand again. It was still there. "That's good. Do you enjoy school?" Joe asked. Harry smiled. This conversation sounded familiar, much like his first conversation with Paul. Harry chanced a quick glance at Sen's cage. Oh, the snake was sleeping. That wasn't fair. "Oh, yeah. Well, the work I do. Some of the teachers. Sports, definitely." Harry told him. Juan was still there. "Does your leg hurt you?" Joe asked. Harry jerked his hand away and shook his head. "No, my muscle's just a little sore from practice. I'll put something on it later." Note to self, do not touch wand again. Joe eyed him, but dropped it. "What do you like to do?" Harry asked. Joe smiled and thought for a few minutes. "Well, let's see. I like to read." Paul snorted. "Do not call me a bookworm, Paul. You do it too." Harry smiled. "What do you like to read?" Harry asked. "Oh, my favorites are Sherlock Holmes and Shakespeare." He told the boy. He had the surprise of his life when Harry gave a huge smile and sat up. "What's your favorite play?" he asked excitedly. Joe blinked in surprise while Paul groaned. "Have fun, Joe. Harry here is a regular Shakespeare enthusiast." Paul watched in satisfaction as the two chattered back and forth about the different plays. Joe turned Harry's attention towards the sonnets and longer poems as worthy of his perusal, while Harry quoted favorite parts of plays he had read. Joe easily returned with the other parts. "Oh, you can help me with me lines," Harry said while pulling out the small book of King Lear Professor Bevington had given him, so he didn't have to lug his big book around. Paul smiled and allowed the two of them to get to know each other. Joe seemed to be having fun, and Harry was starting to relax. Paul stopped them when it was time for lunch. "Attention all Shakespeare nuts. It is time for lunch," Paul said, switching off the tape recorder. Harry let out a good-natured groan. "Go on, Harry." "Joe, and I will come down in just a few minutes." Harry got up and gathered his bag. "When will you be here again, Joe?" Harry asked. "Same time next week." Harry nodded and said goodbye to both men. Joe gave Paul a satisfied smile and relaxed into his chair. "And you said that he was hard." Paul smirked and shook his head. "What makes you think that you got in?" Paul asked. Joe sat up and stared at Paul. "Are you saying that what I saw was nothing more than a front?" he asked. Paul pushed the rewind button on the recorder and nodded. "Joe, I hate to tell you this, but I think that the Harry I deal with on a daily basis is still a front. I have seen maybe 1 or 2 glimpses. I think of the real Harry in all the time he has been here." Paul looked at his friend's distraught face and shook his head. "Not to burst your confidence about him, or anything like that." Joe waved the comment away. He had thought that he was doing so well with the boy. If it's any consolation, he talked to you more than the first time he met me. Joe nodded a bit, still staring off into space. "It helps, thanks." Joe told him. "No problem. Come on. I'll feed you before I let you leave. I think I smell macaroni and cheese from here." Paul pulled Joe from the office and led him down to the dining hall. Harry was in his room studying for his test on Monday when Jack knocked on the door. "Hey, 007. Harry looked up. "Your girlfriend's here." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I don't have a girlfriend." Harry told him. Jack smiled. "I know. Hermione's here, and she brought more books. I think that I smelt brownies, too." Harry jumped up from his desk and bolted for the stairs. "Thanks, Jack." Jack watched him run down the hallway. He was excited, so Jack wasn't going to run the mood. Let him run. Harry skidded around the corner and nearly barreled into the opposite wall. He regained his footing and turned to the sitting room where Hermione usually met him. He went in the door and looked around. Hermione got up from the couch. "Who's Luke's father?" he asked. Darth Vader." Hermione tackled him in a hug and released him when they both started to fall to the ground. "It's good to see you." She hugged him again. "Want to go outside?" she asked. "Sounds great." He helped her with the packages and told the attendant that they would be just outside and would stay in view of her. She nodded, giving Harry an odd smile and shooing them out. "What's that all about?" he asked Hermione. "No idea." She told him. The two of them settled under a tree, and Hermione opened the box of brownies. "Mum sent these along." She gave Harry one and took one for herself. "I got your books for 6th year. A few other surprises. I have copies of everything, so if you have any trouble, just write me, and I'll tell you what I know." Harry dug into the bag and pulled out the books. He stared at the pile, and then at Hermione. "These are all of the 6th year books." He asked. "Of course not. I added some to your list. Why do you think that my grades are so good? I use sources other than the textbook to write my essays." Harry counted the number of potions books and looked at her. 7. He asked. Hermione smiled and pulled out a rather tattered-looking one. "This was mine for my 1st year. I think that you could use it now. I don't know why I haven't thought of it before." She handed it to him, and he looked at the title, A Muggleborn's Guide to Potions, How to Survive the Dungeon. Harry smiled at the title. "I always wondered how you did it." Harry told her. "Thank you, me." She smiled at him and nodded at the pile of books. You're on the fast track. Snape won't know what hit him when you get back to school. She gave an evil grin, which Harry returned with equal force. Besides, we need to get you ready for some outstanding schoolwork. Harry nodded again. I was wondering something. Harry told her. What's up, Skywalker? She asked. What do you need? Harry stared off into space for a few seconds before answering. I need to know what the summer study students are learning. Everything they are learning. Do you know any way that we could find that information out? Hermione frowned and chewed on her bottom lip. That would be difficult. Not impossible. Just extremely difficult. It's possible. I'll see what I can do. She told him. Harry nodded, thanked her, and turned back to the books. What's this? He asked, holding up a small black book. Hermione's smile grew wide, and she pulled out an identical one. Harry looked at his and found Skywalker on it. It's called a mini-messenger. She told him. Say lightsaber. Harry raised an eyebrow again, but said the word. Now open it. Hermione opened hers and scribbled something into it with a pen she found in her pocket. Harry looked at his first page and was amazed to see 2 words appear on it. Hi, Skywalker. This is so cool. He snatched the pen and wrote his own message. Hi, me. Hermione giggled and closed her book. We can write messages back and forth. They are endless, so we'll never run out of paper. Our writing is encrypted, so we're the only ones who can read what the other person writes. If a person doesn't know our password, they can't read it. She told him. This will be such a big help. He told her. Hermione nodded. Check it daily for lecture notes and homework assignments. She told him sternly. Harry nodded seriously and closed his own book. I picked lightsaber for a reason. She told him. He looked up and she gave another evil grin. These are our weapons against Dumbledore. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age. She told him. Harry smirked at the line quote from Star Wars. Pen is mightier than the wand, he asked. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. I like that. Hermione shrugged and poked Harry with a stick. Harry glanced at her and pushed the stick away. She poked him again. Harry grabbed his own stick and poked her back. The Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet. Hermione said, getting up and pointing her stick at Harry. Harry got to his own feet and grinned. The 2 started a lightsaber battle with their sticks. You have learned much, young one. Hermione said, trying to imitate Darth Vader's voice. You'll find that I'm full of surprises. Harry said with a little grin. He dodged Hermione's stick and returned her move. The 2 of them fought their way across the yard, back and forth in front of the window. Hermione giggled and fought against Harry for a few more minutes before stopping the match. Impressive, she said, trying to catch her breath. Most impressive. Harry gave her a little impish grin and dropped the stick. Hermione tossed hers aside. What are you doing, Skywalker? Is Yoda in there training you? She asked. Harry shook his head and smiled. I've got Sensei. Harry told her. Harry returned to the books and gathered them up into the bag. Me? What's this? He held up a book. Wandless Magic, Skywalker. I think that it will be interesting to study it, see what we can make of it. There should be another book in there about it. She told him. The Force. Harry said. Hermione smiled. Perfect code word. The Force. Hermione helped him with the books, and they both sat down again. So, code words. Dumbledore is Obi-Wan. Voldy's the Emperor. You're Skywalker. Who's Darth Vader? She asked. Harry shrugged. Ron's Han Solo. Harry shook his head. Nah, make him Chewie. Hermione snorted and nodded. Okay, Ron's Chewie. I still want to figure out a Darth Vader. Hermione told him. They sank into silence. Snape, she said suddenly. Where? Harry's wand appeared as he leapt to his feet and looked around. No, I mean Snape could be Darth Vader. She said happily. Ugh, he's not my father. He told her. Harry put his wand away and sat back down. No, he's not, but think about it. They both never mind. I forgot you haven't seen the last one. Just accept it for now. Harry rolled his eyes. All right, I'll take your word for it. Leia. Hermione shuddered. You, Snape's my father. She shuddered again. You. Harry smiled and poked her. You deserve it. He told her. He grinned. I think you have scarred me for life. She collapsed on the grass. Snape is my father. I will never be able to look at him the same way again. Harry's eyes widened before he joined her on the grass. What have we started? He asked. Just the thought. He shuddered. It just won't fit in my head. He complained. Snape and my mum. Gah. Hermione shuddered again. Quick. We need to change the subject. Who's Lando? She asked. Harry thought hard. Draco Malfoy. He told her. Hermione paused, thought for a few minutes, and nodded. Sounds good. Who fits Mad-Eye? She asked. They both paused. After several minutes of thinking, they both gave up on Mad-Eye. They could not think of someone to fit him. See, 3Pa? Hermione asked. Percy. They said at the same time. They both laughed at the image. Hello, kids. Both teenagers looked up to find Hermione's parents standing there. Hello, Dr. Granger. He stood and shook both parents' hands. Thanks for everything, and letting Hermione come and visit. It means a lot. Hermione's mother gave Harry a short hug and smoothed his hair. You're welcome, dear. She told him. Friends are important. She smiled and handed him off to her husband. Dr. Granger pulled him away from the girls and behind a tree. I'm going to make this quick, because if my wife finds out, I'll be ordering pizza out for a month. I have Star Wars costumes, and if you ever want to borrow one, just write me at home. Okay? That sounds great, Dr. Granger. Thanks. Hermione's father smiled. My science fiction genes went into Hermione. Her mother may never forgive me, but I'll nurture such appreciation when I can. Dr. Granger messed up the hair Hermione's mother had fixed and led Harry back to the girls. And what were you two doing? Hermione asked. Fatherly threats, princess. Hermione turned red and squeaked. Yeah, Leia. Harry told her. She glared at him. Oh. Hermione death glare. Harry hid behind his hands. He found himself being hugged in the next instant. He returned it and knew that Hermione's parents were going to wait by the car. This is the last time you're going to visit before you go back to school, he said. She nodded. Yes, but I'm going to write every day with the mini messenger. I'll expect you to do the same, she said, stepping back. And study. Harry nodded. All right, I promise. Hermione hugged him again and stepped away. May the Force be with you, she told Harry. And with you. Hermione left, and Harry watched until her car turned the corner. He took out his mini messenger and said his password. She was already writing a message. "The Force will be with us. Always." Harry pulled out his pen and wrote a return message. "A Jedi's strength flows from the Force." He closed the book and gathered the others. Knowing Hermione, she had already read them. He needed to catch up. 18. Sorting Hat Wisdom. "Run outside," Sensei said. Harry nodded and pulled on his shoes with Rick. It was a Saturday training session, and he was already tired, but he was still having a blast. "Let's go, Evan. Let's see if we can add another lap." Harry followed Rick outside and fell into a steady rhythm of running. "How are your arms feeling? You were a little stiff today." Harry blinked. He had been fighting to hide it. "They're a little sore, not too bad." Rick gave Harry a look that would have made Sensei proud. "We don't want you in pain," Rick told him. "I have something for that when we return to the gym." "Okay." There was absolutely no use arguing with Rick or Sensei. "Pain, Evan, is okay because it tells you that something is wrong. Bruises teach you something we cannot. Pain that keeps you from moving is not okay. Tell us in the future." Harry dodged a rock in the road and looked at Rick. "When did you turn into Sensei?" he asked. Rick blinked and then smiled. "Sorry, he comes through in me when one of the students is hurt or injured. You can say that he taught me well." Harry smiled. "That's for sure. I was almost ready to call you Sensei for a minute." Rick chuckled. "I think that is what the old man is aiming for." Harry smiled at the nickname the students gave to Sensei. No one ever called him that to his face, but it was a term of endearment for the man who could wipe the floor with his son and still take on the rest of the class without breaking a sweat. At least, Harry thought so. "Oh, by the way, you should duck." Harry had no time to ask why. A golf ball came from nowhere and narrowly missed Harry's head. He ducked as another one almost hit him in his face. "Sensei's in these trees somewhere," Rick said from a branch. Harry wondered when he had managed to climb the tree. "I suggest you start catching some balls to return fire." "Nice suggestion. Well, I'm not a seeker for nothing. This shouldn't be too hard." Harry caught the next ball and watched where the balls were coming from. He ducked another one and managed to catch it. He decided that he would not get any peace until he hit Sensei back. He dodged and caught 3 more balls until he figured out exactly where Sensei was hiding. He took one of his golf balls and threw it. Nothing. He ducked. This, exercise was becoming annoying. Quickly, he tossed another one. Nothing. He took a deep breath and let it out. He ducked and threw another ball. Good. Sensei popped up from the bushes and came forward. Very good. Rick came down from the tree and nodded to Sensei. Gather the balls and return. Sensei turned and walked away. Harry stared after him until Rick tapped him on the shoulder. What in the world was that all about? He demanded of Rick as they started picking up the golf balls. Rick stood and looked at him. "You haven't figured it out?" he asked, clearly confused. "No. Figure what out?" Harry snapped, nearly falling over one of the stupid golf balls that he now decided he hated. The stupid little white balls were intent on giving Harry a broken neck. "Sensei's training you for something, though I don't know what it is. If I say anything more than that, he'll kill me," Rick said with a grin to let Harry know that he was joking. Rick shrugged and picked up another ball. "That looks like all of them. Let's get back." Harry nodded and followed Rick back to the gym. What would Sensei be training for? More importantly, how would it be any help against fully trained wizards? They both dumped the golf balls into a waiting bucket, and Rick pushed Harry towards the locker room. Showers, Sensei said from his place on the floor. Harry nodded and went to the locker room. He grabbed his towel and toiletries and headed to his favorite shower. He stayed in for a while, allowing the hot water to wash away some of his tension and confusion. He sighed as he stepped out and shut off the water. He cursed himself for not thinking to bring clothes with him and went back to his locker. He had just pulled on his pants when Rick appeared. He was still in his GI and was carrying a small flat tin. "Take a seat," he told Harry. "I brought the stuff for your arms." Harry eyed him. "Oh, come off it, Potter. This is Rick, not some Death Eater. Sit down." Harry sat down after he told himself off. Rick stepped behind him, and Harry heard him open the tin. Rick rubbed his hands together and placed them both on Harry's right shoulder. Nothing happened at first. Then something burned. Ow! Harry tried to pull away, but Rick's hands kept him seated. "Ow! Rick, this really dash," the sensation changed. "Ah." Harry felt his previously sore shoulder soak up the heat, and the pain in that particular muscle faded away. "I should have warned you that it burns at first." "Sorry." Harry could only nod as Rick moved down his arm. This was amazing. It would be bliss after a Quidditch game, if there was still Quidditch, and the DA. Rick finished with his right arm and started on the left shoulder. Harry kept quiet while Rick did the same thing to the other side. "Whenever Dad worked me too hard, he would use this on me. I turned into putty in his hands." Rick laughed when Harry barely managed to make a sound that sounded like "mm," kind of like I'm doing to you, I guess. Rick finished Harry's left arm and moved to his neck. "This always feels good." Harry found himself agreeing, but not quite capable of speech. "Anywhere else hurt?" Harry shook his head no. "Good. I'll get you some of your own, but for now, you can use mine when you need it." Thanks." Harry managed. "I feel better." That was the intent. "You have an appointment to get to. Go on." Harry thanked Rick again, pulled on his shirt, and rushed out of the locker room. Rick shook his head and went out to the floor. He sat down next to his father. "You have a question?" Sensei asked, not opening his eyes. "What are you training him for?" Sensei smiled and opened his eyes. "Very good. Very quick." Sensei stood and pulled his gym bag out from under the bench. He opened it and took out something wrapped in black cloth. Rick saw two different things. Whichever he is better at. Rick looked at the objects sitting on the bench and realized that Evan had to be in considerable danger for his father to actually do this. We shall see. Harry walked down to the hallway towards Paul's office. Joe was here again today. That much he did know. "Hi, Evan." Harry turned to see Bug putting up a sign on the bulletin board. "Hey, Bug, what's that?" Bug jammed another staple into the paper and smiled. "They're having a September 1st picnic. Kind of like a party or something or other. There are going to be games. Another staple, prizes, another staple, and lots of food." Bug put the last staple in and turned to face Harry. "I'm told it's going to be a lot of fun. Everyone gets to come. That's cool." Harry said. Bug looked at him. "You okay?" he asked. Harry nodded. He was tired, but fine. "Yeah, Didn't sleep too well last night. Must have been the meatloaf. He joked with Bug. The school had served meatloaf a few nights before, and no one had liked it. It had now become a floor joke as a way to dismiss little troubles. Bug snorted and closed the stapler. Okay, just be sure to tell Paul if you can't sleep. Harry smiled and rolled his eyes. Yes, Mother, he said in a simpering tone. Bug gave him a playful push before shaking his head. Go on. We both know who the crazy one is on our floor. Bug told him. Harry put his hands over his heart and pretended to faint. You finally admitted it. He crowed. You know, Bug, the first step to curing something is admitting that you have a problem. Harry told him, seriously. Bug blinked before messing up Harry's hair. No, not the hair. Harry wailed. You and your acting. Bug said, oh. He said suddenly. Harry froze. What? He demanded, ready to pull his wand out. There's something I never thought I'd see. Bug said quietly. What? Harry demanded, nearly frantic with his worry, but too scared to turn around. You're a Gryffindor. Suck it up. Harry turned to see Paul coming towards him. He was obviously upset about something. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Hi, Paul, he said. Hey, kiddo, Paul said, ruffling Harry's already messed up hair. You ready? Harry nodded and said goodbye to Bug. Harry looked at Paul for a few seconds before venturing to figure out what was wrong. You okay? He asked Paul. Paul glanced at Harry before he nodded. What's wrong? Harry asked. I'm just a little frustrated. Buddy, nothing for you to worry about. Harry frowned. Is it about me? Harry asked. Paul shook his head. Joe. Paul stopped and looked at Harry. I told you it was nothing for you to worry about. Why are you asking? Paul asked softly. Harry looked down at his feet. Sorry, he told Paul. Paul led Harry to his office and motioned for Harry to take a seat. You want to tell me why you asked? Paul asked, turning on the tape recorder. I just do better with more information. Dumbledore always used to tell me that it's nothing for you to worry about. Dear boy, pat me on the head and send me on my way with a piece of candy. Harry said, I hated it. Paul nodded and leaned back in his chair. I understand why now. Paul said, it is about Joe. He's going to be a few minutes late. He has a flat tire. Harry nodded. I didn't want you to worry because I know you're prone to it. Harry smiled. That's okay. If you want me to butt out, just say so. Paul nodded. No problem. I'll make sure to do so. And if something does involve you directly, I'll tell you. So, since we have some time, what's going on? Harry opened his mouth to answer when a hiss from the corner interrupted him. No, hello. You never write. You never call. You must not love me anymore. Zen gave a good imitation of crying and curled around himself. Paul looked at Harry's surprised face with an amused smile. Excuse me, Paul, Harry said. He went over to the tank. I thought you were sleeping. Harry told the snake. Zen looked up at him and flicked out his tongue once. A likely story. I will forgive you for your oversight if you let me rest on you a while. Harry turned to Paul. May I take him out for a while? He asked. Paul nodded and then gave an evil grin. Joe hates snakes. Harry smiled with Paul and opened the cage. He put his arm down where Zen could reach it. Zen curled around his arm and Harry went back to the couch. Zen settled against Harry's chest. So what did Zen have to say? Paul asked. Oh, he just said that I didn't say hello, never write, never call, and I didn't love him anymore. Paul blinked. He said he would forgive me if I allowed him to rest on me for a while. Harry ran a hand down Zen, which caused the snake to hiss with pleasure. Oh, I see. So what's going on? Paul asked. Harry shrugged, still petting Zen. Nothing much. Bug told me about the September 1st picnic. Harry said, It sounds like a lot of fun. Paul nodded. That's the day you were supposed to go back to Hogwarts. How are you handling your decision? Paul asked. Harry shrugged and looked out the window for a while before answering. I'm a little nervous. He answered truthfully. I just have this feeling that Dumbledore is going to show up with the entire order and make me go back to school. He ran another finger down Zen and sighed. I don't want to. Paul looked at Harry and nodded. He can't make you. Paul said. Harry gave him a cynical smile and shook his head. You haven't met Albus Dumbledore. He warned Paul. The Ministry of Magic is probably granting everyone in the Order free reign, so that fighting Voldemort will be easier. He told Paul, still petting Zen, You've mentioned the Order a couple of times now. What is that, and how are you involved? Paul asked. Harry smiled a bit and shifted Zen to a better position. He ran a hand through his hair and tried to figure out exactly how to tell Paul what the Order was. The Order of the Phoenix is an organization committed to fighting against Voldemort. Dumbledore heads it and uses it to protect me from Voldemort. Their track record isn't too great. But then again, I'm not told a lot, so I don't know how many times Voldemort has tried to attack me, and I just didn't know. Harry said, The security gets lax when I'm at school. Voldemort has managed to get there several times while I was there. It's easy to sneak out of too. Harry told him. So, who's in this order? Paul asked. Harry shook his head. I wouldn't know. I can guess, but then again I have no idea. Harry told him. Paul frowned. He knew that Harry knew more than he was letting on. I'm not going to use the information you tell me, Harry. Paul said. I don't know who else is listening. I can't risk it, Paul. Harry told him. It's safer this way. Paul nodded his understanding. He'd allow Harry to do the spy thing if he must. You are aptly named 007. Paul said with a small smile. What kind of people are in the Order? Paul asked. Just wizards. He asked. Mostly. Some others as well. Harry answered. I don't know why Dumbledore let some of them in, but he did. Harry said, still petting Zen. You aren't unhappy with me for not telling you who, are you? He asked suddenly. If you won't feel safe after telling me, then I don't want you to tell me. Remember, I told you that you could tell me whatever you wanted. Knowing who is in the Order won't matter much to me. Harry smiled and relaxed again. Do you feel safe when you are around the Order? Paul asked. Well, I don't really know who is in the Order, just that they help to protect me. Harry snorted. Wonder where they were when my aunt brought me here. Harry said with a smile. Lousy bodyguards at that time. Paul smiled and nodded. I'd say, good thing it wasn't Voldemort. Paul told him. Harry laughed and nodded. You haven't seen my aunt when someone tracks mud into the house. He told Paul. Even Dudley gets a little pale at that point. I get to clean it, of course, but I find it rather funny when she yells at him. She never yells at him. He said with a funny look. A knock on the door startled both of them. "Come in." Joe opened the door, smiled at the both of them, and started to come in. He froze when he saw Zen and backed out of the doorway. "I'll just wait out here until you put him away," he told Harry as he closed the door. Harry snickered and got up from the couch, causing Zen to give an angry hiss. Harry lifted the snake to face him. "Sorry about that. Joe doesn't like snakes too much, and he's uncomfortable around you. I'm going to put you on your warm rock." Zen had frozen and was staring at Harry. "What?" Harry asked. "You are the lightning child," Zen said with awe in his voice. Harry raised an eyebrow. "We'll talk about this later," he told Zen, closing the cage. "It's okay, Joe." Joe opened the door cautiously and looked around. He relaxed when he saw Zen in his cage. "So, you don't like snakes?" Harry asked, returning to the couch. "No, not at all," he said with an exaggerated shudder. "Creepy, crawly little things with poison in their teeth." Joe said, eyeing the tank. "Good thing you don't speak snake." Harry said with a mischievous little smile. "I think that Zen would have been very insulted just now." Harry sat back in the couch and felt his wand against his leg. He decided not to do it again because Joe noticed the last time and he hadn't even told Paul about his wand yet. Joe took his usual seat and looked at the pair. "You guys like scaring me, don't you?" Joe asked. Harry shook his head. "Course not. We didn't know what time you were coming exactly. If I had known, I would have put Zen away." Harry was distracted by Zen at that moment. "I'm so bored. Please take me out again. I promise that I won't bite much." Harry smiled and turned back to Joe. He was staring at Zen with a slightly frightened expression. "I wonder what that's all about," he said, turning back to Harry. "Oh, he's probably bored," Harry said. Paul snorted and turned to dig in his mini fridge for some caffeine. Joe looked like he needed it. Harry was in a very playful mood today. "Please, my lightning child, please take me out." Harry glared at the snake and turned back to Joe. "Or, if you cannot take me out, will you give me a mouse?" Harry shook his head at the snake and pulled out his book of lines. "Can we go over this passage here? Some of this language just doesn't make sense, and Professor Bevington said that we need to know what we mean, just not what we're saying." Harry distracted Joe, while Paul managed to hand out caffeinated beverages. Good thing Harry had play practice after lunch. He could let out all that energy on Professor Bevington. Paul watched as the two of them became lost in Edmund's lines, while Zen continued to be a noisy participant. Harry glared a few times, but didn't speak back to the snake, for which Paul was grateful. He had no idea how to explain to Joe that Harry could speak snake. September 1st. Hermione walked between her parents to platform 9 3/4. She could see various order members placed around the train station. Some fit, and others, like the one wearing a violent purple coat, did not. She hugged her father and thanked him for pushing her trunk to the gate. Her mother gathered her close and whispered in her ear, "We'll pass along your and Harry's mail, sweetie." Her mother released her with a sad smile. "Thanks, Mom. I'll be careful. I promise." Hermione took the card and walked through the barrier. She allowed the waiting Aurors to scan her, though Crookshanks tried to scratch them when they picked up his basket. She patted him absently on the head and pushed her trunk towards the train. Once her trunk was loaded, she took Crookshanks and climbed onto the train. She found an empty compartment and sat down near the window. She rummaged in her bag and let out a little noise of triumph when she found her new favorite book. She opened it, said her password, and wrote, "Skywalker, you there?" "Yes, I'm here." "Where are you?" "In an empty compartment on the train. I suspect that it will fill up sooner or later." "What are you doing?" "Soaking up some sun under my favorite tree. Nursing a few bruises. Nothing much." "That's good. Don't you have class?" "School picnic. We're all outside. They're having a 3-legged race in a minute. Bug and I are partners." "Oh, I'm jealous." "How's your meditation coming?" "Better and better. I may actually be getting close to occlusion sometime soon." "Great. And Sensei?" "He creates a new torture known as an exercise every day. I was thinking about a name for him in code." "Oh, Yoda. Perfect. He even talks backwards sometimes. He said, 'Up here my face is,' the other day." "Wow. You don't sound like you're bored." "That's good. Have rehearsals started yet?" "Tomorrow. We were just reading lines up until now. We'll start stage directions and stuff like that tomorrow. Sensei and I have been working on the choreography for the fight scene in the last act. The kid who plays Edgar will start with us next week. We kind of look like brothers. We both have black hair." "Great. I talked to my parents, and they're going to spring me from Hogwarts due to a family emergency. 3 front-row tickets, please." "Have you asked your relatives if they want to come?" "No. Why would they? You never know Harry. They might. You did say that your aunt sent you that letter, and she apologized for a few things, right? Maybe she's trying to start over with you." "I don't think I want to start over with any of them." "Just think about it, Skywalker." "I'll think about it." "Good. Oh, Ginny just came in. I'll write you later. Okay?" "Sure. Talk to you then." Hermione looked up from her book and smiled. "Hi, Ginny." Hermione stopped when she saw the silver prefect's badge on the girls' robes. "Oh, Ginny, congratulations." She hugged Ginny, who thanked her, and sat down. "Gred and Forge are devastated, of course. They cried all over me. It was hilarious. Ron's excited about it because he's got his protector thing going on, and he thinks that I will keep the younger kids in line and away from the ever-present danger." Hermione blinked and looked at Ginny. "Oh, dear. Has he been like that the entire time he visited home this last week?" Ginny grimaced and hid her face. "Worse. I hope that Harry has tons of patience, because Ron wouldn't shut up about Harry's safety this year, and how he would have to make sure that Harry didn't do anything dangerous." Hermione smirked and shook her head. "Well, I think that Ron will get a run for his boasting, knowing Harry." Hermione told her. She put her mini messenger away and turned to face Ginny fully. "So, tell me all about your summer. I've been wondering how you kept busy," Hermione said, petting Crookshanks, who had decided that Hermione's lap was the best place for him. "I worked in Fred and George's joke shop. I had a lot of practice ducking, that's for sure. They were rather good-natured and took me out for ice cream a lot." Ginny smiled. "They forgot that ice cream makes me rather hyper, so I repaid every prank in full." Hermione laughed, knowing that Ginny's temper was inherited from her mother. Both girls jumped when the door slid back. Ron stood there with a rather serious expression on his face. "Hello, Hermione." He came in and 2 others followed behind him. Hermione smiled and said hello to Neville before seeing the other person. She eyed him and felt her wand ready to pull it at a moment's notice. Draco Malfoy stood there and seemed different. She wasn't sure how. He had a scar running down the right side of his face, from what Hermione had yet to figure out. He looked tired. She couldn't place it. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Ginny watched from behind him with wide eyes, as though she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. Hermione stood to meet him and took his hand. She blinked in surprise when he turned it and bowed over it, lips almost grazing her knuckles. "A pleasure to see you again, Miss Granger," he said quietly. Hermione took a deep breath and let it out. "Call me Hermione if you let me call you Draco." He nodded and corrected her with his preferred nickname of Drake before turning to greet Ginny in the same fashion. Hermione noticed Ron and Neville watching warily as the scene played out. Ginny looked slightly frightened but smiled at Draco when he stood up again. She scooted aside so that he could sit down. Hermione wanted to pull out her mini messenger and tell Harry what had just happened, but she decided to wait until she was alone. He would react the same way no matter when she told him. "You better not have any ideas about my sister, mate." Ron growled. Draco looked at Ron from his seat next to Ginny. "Not without your permission, of course," he said, giving off a very charming smile. Well, this was a new development. She couldn't wait to relate all the gory details to Harry. She was sure he would be rolling around with laughter. The teenagers all started speaking about their summers. Neville cornered Hermione on herbology, and almost 45 minutes passed before the door opened again. "Here you all are," Luna said. "I thought that I would find you here." She came in and sat down. She looked around dreamily and then seemed to snap out of it for a second. "Where's Harry?" she asked. Everyone in the compartment stopped and looked around. Ron let out a couple of colorful words Hermione was sure he learned from the Aurors with whom he had trained over the summer. "Neville, you're with me and Luna. Drake, stay here in case Harry comes. He'll most likely try to attack you. Freeze him if you have to." Draco nodded and settled back against the seat. He looked tired. Hermione figured that Ron was giving Draco time to rest before getting to the school. Hermione checked her, watched before standing. "Prefect's meeting, Ginny," she said, standing up and dusting off her robes. Draco shook his head. "All prefects' meetings have been changed to this evening at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall with the protectors." He told her, "Professor Dumbledore needs to say something, and he doesn't want to repeat himself." He told her. Hermione looked him over before nodding and sitting down again. He wouldn't lie about something like that. "Anyone want to play Exploding Snap?" Ginny asked, obviously trying to keep her mind off something. "You're worried about Harry, aren't you?" Hermione asked. Ginny shrugged. "I bet that his relatives just decided that they wouldn't bring him. You know how they are about magic." Hermione told her. "The headmaster will probably send someone to pick Harry up." She gave Ginny a hug and started dealing. "You want to play, Drake?" Hermione asked. He gave her a glance before sitting up and nodding. She dealt him in, and they started playing. Ron came back almost an hour later, still swearing. Most of the people accompanying him wore the same badges he wore. Hermione figured that they were in the protectors thing, too. "We can't do anything more until we get to Hogwarts. Just keep on your rounds. If he's here, we'll find him." Everyone nodded and moved away. Ron came in and watched the game for a minute. Hopefully, He hasn't been taken by the Dark Lord." Ron said. Hermione rolled her eyes and played a card. She noticed that Draco had grown pale at the name, but said nothing. Who knows what is being done to him? He said to himself, "Oh, Ron, you're not sure that he was kidnapped, so please stop saying that. He probably missed the train." Ginny snapped, losing her temper with her brother. "Ginny, we were warned that something like this could happen." Ron countered. Hermione slammed her cards down and pulled her wand. "So help me, Ron. I will hex you if you don't shut up. You have no evidence, so let's not go looking for trouble. I'm sure that Harry is fine." Ron's brain actually worked at the threat, for he stopped talking. Hermione turned back to her game with Draco and Ginny, content to ignore Ron giving out orders to every protector who walked through the door. The Great Hall looked the same as it did every year for the starting feast. Hermione greeted people she hadn't seen on the train and sat down at Gryffindor. A new table had somehow been added, most likely by magic, and everyone who wore gold badges sat there. Hermione relished the silence she found in Ron's absence. She watched the protectors swarm the head table. Dumbledore had yet to appear, so they were talking to every teacher they could. Snape's glare kept a large circumference of free space around him. The only student to approach him was Draco. Hermione watched the exchange with interest. She saw different body language than was normal for the pair. Had something happened between the two of them? Snape nodded and waved Draco away. He sat down at the protector's table and ignored the Slytherins. Hermione could hear some of the things they hissed at him. She frowned and made a mental note to always have her wand. Professor Dumbledore came in at the same time as the first years. He nodded to the teachers and motioned that they would speak to them later. Hermione smiled to herself. Professor McGonagall brought out the sorting hat and the stool. The hat jerked to life and looked around the hall. The rip on the brim opened, and he began his song for the year. Another year had come and gone, and still no one has learned that Hogwarts School must be won. To find the peace that is earned, one of our number has gone away, hidden as an ordinary muggle, healing and training, waiting for the day when he will be forced to end our struggle, marked by evil and wanted by none. His life was changed by an aunt's care. He is protected and will be a new son, enabling her to give him his share. Now he is missing and missed by all. He has left behind the magic he knew, to embrace his old world this fall, before he will return to us anew. Listen to me closely, youngest of Hogwarts four, for a lesson I have for you all. Pride, bigotry, prejudice, discrimination will harm you if you listen to the Dark Lord's call. Another year has come and gone, and still no one has learned that Hogwarts School must be won. To find the peace that is earned, Hermione grew pale. The hat knew. She only hoped that he didn't know about her. Harry needed her help. She couldn't be found out. How could it have known? More importantly, did it know where Harry was? She itched to get out her mini messenger and ask what Harry thought, but didn't want to draw attention to herself. She clapped when student was sorted to Gryffindor, but her real attention was on Professor Dumbledore. He looked thoughtful. She watched as he gave a quick scan of the hall and grew agitated. Snape spoke to him, and Dumbledore calmed down just the slightest bit. He was still troubled, but seemed not to show it. Dumbledore stood after the sorting was finished. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, old and new alike. He paused. Due to recent events, Hogsmeade weekends have been cancelled until further notice. No one is allowed outside the castle without a teacher present. The Forbidden Forest is expressly forbidden. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that no magic is permitted in the hallways. Almost all of Weasley Wizarding Wheezes are listed as forbidden items. Mr. Filch will be happy to provide a list to any student who requests one. Hermione grinned. She thought that Fred and George's business was doing well. She made a mental note to tell Harry. I do not think that I need to remind you that Voldemort is indeed back. Several girls screamed, and many shuddered at his name. Hermione rolled her eyes. In light of his return, an old club of students has been returned to Hogwarts. Please stand, protectors. Hermione watched as the entire table stood. This club will act like their house. They have their own dormitory if they should wish to use it, but they are still members of their original houses and should be treated as such. These's students have been trained to defend Hogwarts, and her students should trouble find us here. They can easily be identified by the badges they wear. They have as much authority as a teacher in emergency situations. Please remember that. He motioned to one of the teachers. The new Dada teacher, obviously. The man stood. This is Professor William Zarat. He will be Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Please make him feel welcome. The students clapped half-heartedly, many obviously wondering how long this teacher was going to last. Hermione turned back to the table as Dumbledore sat down again. He had not said a word about Harry. Hermione did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. She frowned. She would have to find out at the meeting later that night. The professors of Hogwarts all gathered in the teacher's lounge on the first floor. Snape settled into his favorite chair. It was the one farthest away from everyone else, with his back firmly settled against the wall. He watched the others mill around, all babbling about the absence of Potter. Snape wanted to tell them that it was good riddance to an unnecessary nuisance, but held his tongue. No need to make anyone think that he had something to do with the boy's appearance. The new professor sat next to Snape and observed the crowd. Snape liked him for the sole reason that he was very taciturn. All conversations he had held with the man, he could count them on one hand, had been straightforward, to the point, and, thank Merlin, short. Snape considered those the best kinds of conversations. Indeed, the only ones worthy of his time, unless the conversations were with Draco. Those were different. Dumbledore came into the room and motioned everyone to their seats. "Settle down, everyone," he said, sinking into his own chair. "Now, does anyone have any information on the whereabouts of Harry Potter?" he asked. Most of the teachers looked shocked. "You haven't hidden him away somewhere?" Flitwick asked. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. "No, Phileas, I haven't. I left him with his aunt and uncle. The blood protections were really strong this year. I couldn't bring myself to remove him when he was so well protected." Dumbledore admitted. He looked around the room. "Someone will need to go to his aunt's home and bring him to school. Then, I've heard of some trouble with them in the past concerning Harry and Hogwarts." Snape decided to look very angry about something. Longbottom reaching an outstanding and being in his Newt's level class would work nicely. It will have to be someone he knows. McGonagall stood. "No, Minerva. I need you here," he said. "The prefects and protectors are gathering in the Great Hall. Please see to them." McGonagall muttered under her breath about the stupidity of certain muggles and left. Severus. Snape looked up and scowled. "I believe that we all know of Mr. Potter's opinion of me, headmaster. I am the worst candidate for this mission," Snape told the headmaster. He tried to keep his face sneer clear, but barely managed it. "He knows you, Severus. You are the best trained." Snape glared. How could the headmaster ask this of him? He knew what Potter thought of him. The feelings were indeed mutual. "Headmaster, normally I would not deny you, but anyone else in this room would be better suited than I. Why not Hagrid?" he asked. The giant looked very proud of himself. "Let him be. I am looking for stealth. You need to get in, take Harry, and get out in the shortest amount of time. Hagrid will stick out a little too much. No offense meant. Hagrid. Severus, you and Harry have had several events in your pasts that was just between the two of you, so you can use that as your means of convincing him of your identity." Snape sneered. "Oh, yes, he and Potter had several events. Take William with you as backup." Snape spared the man sitting next to him a glance. Dumbledore seemed adamant on making the same mistakes again. "If he so much as raises his voice to me, headmaster, I will not be responsible for my actions." Snape warned him. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "Use any means necessary to bring him here. Severus, just don't hurt him." Snape looked hurt. "You said any means." He reminded Dumbledore. The other teachers all started yelling at Snape. Dumbledore laughed. "Severus, you must make jokes more often. You have an entertaining sense of humor," he said, standing. Snape looked up. If the headmaster thought he had been joking, that was all right with him. He hadn't been joking. "Go now. Bring Harry back soon." Dumbledore stood, and the meeting ended. After the protectors' meeting, he went to his office to wait and watch for when Severus would return. Almost a half hour had passed until he heard the revolving stairs start up. He called for Severus to come in when the younger man knocked. He arranged his face into a pleasant and hopeful expression for Harry. The sight that met his eyes was not the one he was expecting. Both wizards came into the office and sank into chairs without waiting for the offer. Dumbledore did not see Harry. "Severus, where is Harry?" He looked over the two men. Both seemed exhausted for some reason. Severus was sporting a black eye, while William looked frazzled. "William, Severus? What has happened?" "He's not there, headmaster," Snape announced after taking several deep breaths. "He's not there." Dumbledore's expression faded. "What do you mean, he's not there?" Dumbledore demanded. William backed away from the rage in Dumbledore's voice. "Just what I said, headmaster. He's not there. Getting through the wards was a nightmare. Once we managed to reach the door, that aunt of his refused to let us in. We had to fight our way in. Potter is not in the house. Whatever you do, watch out for her left hook. Lily must have taught her that." Severus reached up a tentative hand and winced when he hit the bruise. He looked up at the headmaster and noticed the stormy expression. He would rather face Voldemort on a bad day. "What do you mean, he's not there?" The old wizard demanded again. 19. Petunia tells Dumbledore off. Object Sensei showed Rick/Sensei himself. Not telling yet. Slash Sensei is based on my own teacher, who is uncanny in many ways. The man can look at you and know if you've eaten your vegetables that day. I am not kidding. Uncanny, I tell you. Hedwig, she's staying in Harry's room with Aunt Petunia. She's not had much to do, so she hasn't been mentioned. She'll make it back into the story sooner or later. Wards, you guys are all over this one. Some of you have guessed correctly. All will be revealed in time. Protectors, those who were in the DA. As for why Hermione is not in the Protectors, it has something to do with her parents. Remus, he'll be showing up eventually. Draco, he's not easily manipulated. Most of your ideas are correct. Sorting Hat, the hat is a magical object. Keyword, magical. That should give you enough of a hint. Order's protection. I mentioned in Chapter 16 that the Order members had been pulled from Harry's house and sent to Hogsmeade. I guess that was too subtle a hint as to why there were no bodyguards at Harry's house when he was removed and taken to St. Jude's. Dumbledore wrote to Petunia and said due to recent circumstances. The event that caused Dumbledore to change his plans was an attack on Hogsmeade. Every Order member was recalled and sent to Hogsmeade, even Harry's bodyguards. Dumbledore was counting on the strong wards. Now, to the story. Hermione and Ginny sat side by side in the great hall. Most of the prefects were milling around, talking to each other and catching up on what they had done over the summer. The Protectors were discussing something. Hermione noticed that many seemed anxious about something or someone. She guessed that they were worried about the fact that Harry was not there. What do you think this meeting is about? Ginny asked Hermione in a low tone. Hermione pushed her hair away from her face and frowned. Most likely rules for the new school year, emergency procedures, and so on. Hermione told her, "The professors will want us prepared for almost anything." Hermione rested her head on her hand and sighed. A voice next to her startled her. "That's what we're here for." Ron told her, with obvious pride, "We're to protect the school. Prefects keep order." Hermione looked at him and decided not to argue. Ron moved to the other side of Ginny and pulled her into a conversation about various fifth-year students. Hermione found her mini messenger and whispered her password. She decided that no one would think it strange that the resident know-it-all would already be engaged in studies. "You there, Skywalker? Guess not. Well, you certainly missed a lot. Everyone is absolutely frantic over you. It is quite amusing when one is in the know. Ginny worked for the twins all summer. Do you remember how pompous Percy was? Ron would make him proud. Neville is still quiet, but seems genuinely concerned that you're missing. Luna noticed that you were missing 45 minutes after the train left the station. Sharp one there. I can hear your thoughts. What about Malfoy? He's different. He has a scar running down the right side of his face. He seems worn out and tired, but still alert somehow. He goes pale at the mention of Voldemort, but doesn't give much of a reaction at all. I doubt Ron has noticed. Ron doesn't do subtle. Malfoy has a nickname, Drake, which he has requested I use. He has been very polite and even kissed my hand and called me Miss Granger. He and Snape seem awfully close. I'll let you know anything I find out about that. As for your list, I think Neville may be the best bet. He is always eager to share what he is learning. He has already told me one spell, Constricti Appendia. It is an advanced spell that actually binds to moving parts and continues to contract until no movement is possible. The only danger is allowing it to wrap around an airway. Blimey, Hermione, classes haven't even started yet, and you're already studying. Ron nearly shouted. Hermione slammed the book shut and put on her best glare, version 22. How dare you interrupt me? And people wonder at my grades. She said tightly. Besides, this, she held up her mini messenger, is my planner. You do know what that is, right? Ron blustered a moment before coming up with his response. Why are you so concerned about it now? He demanded. Hermione put the book back in her bag and shook her head. Some people like organization, Ronald. She was saved from another lame retort when McGonagall entered the Great Hall and announced that Dumbledore would be with them in just a few minutes. Any organization tips? A soft voice asked beside her. She turned and saw Draco sitting there. She gave him a tentative smile, which he returned full force. That depends on your objective. She told him. Do you know what that is? Draco nodded. I need to find more hours than there are in the day. I have school, training, and my estate to oversee. He told her. Hermione's eyebrows rose. An estate would complicate things. She told him. She whipped out her parchment, ink, and quill. Your school schedule is solid. I am guessing your training schedule is as well. She started drawing a chart. Draco nodded and pulled out a piece of parchment. He unfolded it and handed it to Hermione. How in the world did you get your timetable so early? She demanded. She could hear Ron moaning that she was going to corrupt Drake. Hermione ignored the comment for Ron's own good. Severus. Draco said with a small smile. Hermione nodded and filled in his classes on the chart. Training is 6 a.m. until breakfast every morning and 7 to 9 at night when we start patrol. Hermione filled in those times on her chart. She paused and looked it over. Quidditch, she asked, remembering that he was on the Slytherin team. No Quidditch this year. Too dangerous. Hermione nodded. She pushed the paper in front of him. I've marked in your class times, training times, and the best time for you to study. Do you have staff at your estate? She asked. Yes, why? He said, studying the parchment. You're going to have to delegate some of your responsibilities to one of your staff. No one can do everything that you want to do, even with magic behind them. If you delegate some of the lesser responsibilities to one of your staff, whatever they may be, you'll free up some of your time for the really important things that require your time. Draco nodded his understanding. I'll have to take that into consideration. Thank you for the suggestions. Hermione smiled and nodded. You're welcome. Ron and Harry never seemed to appreciate them. She paused and frowned. I hope he is all right. We do not have any other reason to believe otherwise. Draco slouched against the table. Hermione's eyes grew wide. What? He asked. You're slouching. He shrugged and closed his eyes. I'm tired. I believe that it's a normal reaction. Hermione smiled. She was startled when every protector jumped to their feet. Dumbledore had entered. The old wizard smiled and motioned everyone to their seats. Draco appeared alert now. Hermione wondered how much of it was real. Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said, happily. You will find this year's rulebook and guidelines in front of you, prefects. Please study this and be familiar with the contents. There are several changes. You will find the outline in the first few pages." Hermione looked it over. She frowned at some of the items. This was going to be a rough year. She was glad that Harry had decided not to come back. Please remember that these new rules will help to keep the students safe. Hermione waved her hand in the air. "Yes, Miss Granger?" "Headmaster, I've noticed that students are not allowed on the grounds. How will we have care of magical creatures?" She asked. "We need that class." Dumbledore gave her an indulgent smile. "The care of magical creatures class will be moved to the inner courtyard." He told her, "Do not worry, Miss Granger. Lesson quality will not suffer from these new rules. Also, I must announce that Quidditch has been canceled this year due to Voldemort's return." Hermione nodded to herself and turned back to the rulebook. "I am requiring both a protector and prefect on a team for nightly patrols. No one should make a patrol by themselves," he said. He paused and looked around the hall. "I cannot stress this enough. These are dangerous times. No one can be too cautious." He smiled at them all again, as though he was a grandfather dismissing his grandchildren for the evening. "Duty schedules will be handed out tomorrow with the class timetables." Ginny raised her hand. "Yes, Miss Weasley?" "Please, sir. I know that I speak for everyone here when I ask. Where is Harry? Is he okay?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled a bit for the first time that night. "Harry is fine. I've sent 2 professors to his home to bring him to school. He'll be back with you soon." Hermione smiled, knowing everyone wore the same smile of relief. She only hoped that Petunia Dursley was going to be a match for the professors and the headmaster. She knew that Dumbledore would make a personal appearance if he felt it necessary. The meeting was dismissed shortly thereafter, and she went to Gryffindor Tower with Ginny. She couldn't wait to tell Harry everything. Harry was lying on a blanket with his eyes closed. It was almost lunchtime, and he could smell the hamburgers cooking. Everyone was outside, and looked like they were having a good time. All of the teachers were trying their hands at a grill. Professor Bevington had an apron on with the message of to grill or not to grill, while Skye was trying to show any student willing to listen how to make dessert. Harry was interrupted in his thoughts by a voice. "Hey, buddy." Paul dropped onto the blanket next to Harry and handed him a soda. "How are you doing?" Harry sat up and looked around. No one was near them. He pulled his legs towards him and rested his chin on his knees. He paused. What was he? Scared? Frightened? Nervous? Apprehensive? Yeah, that sounded about right. "I'm worried that Professor Dumbledore will be here soon and take me to Hogwarts." Harry rubbed his eyes behind his glasses and sighed. "I don't want to go. I want to stay here." Paul nodded his understanding, hoping that Harry wouldn't start pacing. Harry usually managed several rounds when he talked about Dumbledore for any length of time. "I feel like I should be doing something, you know?" Harry laughed a little. "Stand at the gates with my wand raised, ready to show him that I'm staying here, not just wait here for him." He finished. He hit his face on his knees again and took a deep breath. Paul broke out of his listening phase and realized what Harry had said. "Wand?" Paul asked. Harry raised his head and stared at Paul. He smiled at Paul's face in obvious wonder. "How did you think we did it?" Harry asked. "Snap our fingers? Do a little jig?" Paul smiled and shook his head. Harry looked around again and seemed satisfied that no one would disturb them. He pulled up his pants leg, and Paul saw, well, a wand tied to his leg with what looked to be a shoelace. Harry removed the lace and put the wand down on the blanket in front of him. That's my life there. A wizard is useless without his wand. Defenseless. May I? Paul asked. He didn't want to touch it without Harry's permission. Sure. You can't use it. Anyway. Paul reached down and took the wand into his hand. You carry this with you all the time? Paul asked, rolling it in his hand. All day, every day. Harry answered. It used to be my best friend. Now. He shrugged. Now. Harry had been about to reveal something. There was more to it, and Harry needed to tell it. A necessary burden, I guess. I need it. Paul placed the wand back on the ground and looked at Harry. I've never seen you use it. Harry looked up from the wand and nodded. Yeah, I know. I'm not allowed to use it outside of school until I am 17. I'd be expelled if I did. Nearly was last summer, after some dementors showed up at my house and tried to hurt me. Paul blinked and looked at Harry. Dementors? Paul asked. What were they? Are they something like vampires, werewolves, or unicorns? Paul knew something of the magical world, right? He had read fairy tales as a kid, just like everyone else. I guess they would be like a vampire. They suck out happy feelings from you. Every good emotion, just gone, until you have nothing but the bad left. Even muggles can feel them. Harry clenched his hands around his legs and stared off into space. When they're near me, I can hear Voldemort murdering my mum. Paul reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. I know a spell to get rid of them, but it needs happy memories. The more powerful, the better. I see. It's a good thing you have the wand then. Can you live without your wand? He asked, truly curious. Well, yeah, I can. In the Muggle world, at least. I was raised as one. Harry told him, I would have a few problems in the magical world. That's where Voldemort can really find me. All he has to do is follow the crowds. He smirked. The only time I am allowed to use it is when my life is danger. That's happened a few times. Well, with your looks, who can blame the girls for trying? Paul's joke broke Harry out of his depression. Harry fell back on the blanket and laughed. I'll handle your headmaster if he shows up. Legally, he cannot remove you. He has no say in your life or where you go to school. Paul said, pulling Harry back up to face him. The ministry will most likely give Dumbledore permission to do whatever he wants, with Voldemort now officially back. Paul cut him off. Let's not borrow trouble until it comes to our door, all right? Paul asked, promise me that you'll let the adults handle this. Paul studied Harry's face for a few minutes. Look at me, Harry. Harry moved his eyes from the blanket to meet Paul's. Please allow me to handle this. Paul said, taking Harry's hands in his own. Please. Harry dropped his eyes and nodded. Thank you. Paul said, getting on his knees. Thank you for the privilege. I will cherish it forever. Paul hugged Harry's shoulders and rested his body on him. Oh no, you've put a spell on me. I've increased in mass. Paul. Garroff. Harry pulled himself out from under Paul. Off, you crazy therapist. Paul laughed as Harry shoved him away. You're mental. Harry said as he brushed himself off. Takes one to know one. Paul said cheerfully. He saw someone sneaking up behind Harry. Have a good flight. Harry's smile faded. What are you, Dash? Sensei grabbed Harry around his waist and tossed him over a shoulder. Sensei, put me down. Sensei proceeded to carry Harry over to the food. Harry looked back at Paul. You knew he was sneaking up on me, Harry accused, pointing at Paul with a look that promised a lot of hurt once Harry felt the ground beneath his feet again. Time to eat. Everyone must eat, Sensei told Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and allowed Sensei to take him where he wanted. He didn't want to argue with the man. Harry had just sat down to finish his science homework when he got the oddest feeling. He wanted to say that it was that last hot dog he had eaten, what was in those things anyway, but couldn't dismiss it as indigestion. Something was wrong. Not right. The only funny thing, well, besides having feelings of that kind in the first place, Professor Trelawney would die of happiness, was that the danger was not coming towards him. He pushed back from his desk and paced. What was it? It wasn't malicious in the first place. Aunt Petunia. Something was after his aunt. Oh, I can hear Hermione now. It's your people-saving thing again, Harry. Harry left his room and slid into the hallway. Adult. He needed to find an adult. Jack. Harry ran up to the nurse's station. Jack, where's Paul? I need Paul. What's wrong, 007? Jack asked as he stood up from his seat. He came around the desk and knelt in front of Harry. I need Paul's help. Only Paul. Where is he? Harry danced in place. They were running out of time. In his office. Do you want me to call him? Harry shook his head and took off for the stairs. Evan. No time. Harry ran down the 3 flights of stairs and narrowly avoided a collision with the doors at the bottom. No wonder Rick said running was good for you. He knocked on Paul's door and threw it open when Paul answered. I need to call home. My aunt, I think she's in trouble. He explained. Paul dropped his pen and stared. Harry, is this a Voldemort thing? Paul asked cautiously. No, it's not. Can I call first and explain later? Paul nodded and pushed the phone to Harry. Harry picked it up and dialed the phone number that his teacher had pounded into his head in primary school. Come on. He visibly relaxed when his aunt answered. Aunt Petunia, there are wizards on the way. From Hogwarts. I don't know. I got a feeling. No. Remember, the wards will protect you if you really don't want them there. All it takes is force of will. Don't let them intimidate you. Paul was becoming slightly concerned. Harry was starting to sound hysterical. Yes, he's here. Harry held out the phone to Paul. Paul took it. Hello, Paul said into the receiver. Tell him that I'll call back after it's over, if there are wizards on the way. Calm him down, please. A doorbell sounded on her end. Goodbye. Petunia disappeared. Harry stood next to the desk, obviously trying to get a hold of himself. Deep breaths. Paul told him. Harry nodded. Sit down. Your aunt said that she will call back after the wizards leave. Harry nodded again, giving Paul the feeling that Harry was not hearing anything he was saying. Darth Vader's in the doorway, asking him to join you. Harry nodded again. Uh-huh. Harry. Harry jerked and blinked. He looked at Paul. What? He asked. Your aunt will call back when it's over. Paul handed Harry a bottle of water. Drink some of that. Harry nodded again and did as he was told. I'm proud of you, Harry. Harry looked confused. You did exactly as we discussed, letting the adults take care of things. Harry smiled. I guess I did do that. It was automatic. Harry explained, finally relaxing enough to talk. As it should be. Paul told him. As it should be. What are our options, Severus? Dumbledore asked. Surely she will not be able to resist Veritaserum. Severus pointed his wand at his eye and mumbled a word before answering Dumbledore. The bruise faded away, and he sat up. Headmaster, you know that muggles and potions do not really mix, especially such a strong one. It will either be ineffectual or kill her. Snape explained. Legilimency. Dumbledore asked. Snape stopped, considered it, and nodded. I had not attempted more than a cursory glance. William. Professor Zara shook his head. I'm not good enough at legilimency to do that. I need them almost unconscious. He explained, just enough to fit in under the oar's requirements. Dumbledore nodded and waved it away. Do not worry. I told you that only a clemency was required. You are the stronger in that, and that is what is important. Professor Zara nodded. Very well. Let's get to Privet Drive and find Harry. Snape fought back a groan and took hold of Fawkes's tail as Dumbledore ordered. All three appeared on Privet Drive. Fawkes let out a cry and disappeared. Dumbledore could feel the wards pressing in around him, holding him to the spot and smothering his magic. He started talking to the wards, trying to convince them that he was the primary caster, that he set them, and that he meant no harm to the boy or his family. They responded faster than they had for Snape. He gestured for the other two wizards to follow him and led the way up the short walk and to the door. Dumbledore thought that he heard Snape mutter, "Told you so," but couldn't be sure as he had rung the bell at the same time. Harry's cousin opened the door. He studied the three wizards, shut the door, and yelled for his mother. "Mum, wizards are here." Petunia opened the door just a few seconds later. "I thought I told you that he was not here," she demanded. "You." She opened the door and allowed Dumbledore to enter. "I didn't think that you were going to listen to your little professor." Snape blinked and fingered his wand. "Oh, which curse to use on this annoying muggle? Something painful, definitely. I suppose you can all sit down, since you are here disturbing us normal people." She pointed sharply to the living room. Dumbledore entered and took a seat as she ordered. "Mrs. Dursley, I know what you told my professors, but I must insist that you talk to me as well. Harry is in danger away from your house. The only safe places for him are here and Hogwarts." Dumbledore explained patiently. "I am doing this for his own good." "His own good?" she demanded. "His own good." Her folded hands clenched in anger as she hissed Dumbledore's answer back to him. "Do you know what that boy was like when he came back from that place you call a school?" she demanded. "I do not know more than you told me, Professor, but that boy was hurting. None of you wizards did anything to help him." She told him. "Potters always enjoyed a bit more consideration than good for him, I assure you." Snape sneered from next to Dumbledore. Petunia rounded on him. "Consideration? Consideration." Professor Zara discreetly moved away from Snape and closer to Dumbledore. This was his second time facing this woman, and she still scared him. "I had a 15-year-old boy sleeping during the day so that I could wake him from his nightmares. Those nightmares not only prevented him from sleeping normally, they also made him lose what little food he was able to stomach. He looked on the verge of nervous collapse. And you dare to tell me that he's had consideration? Snape stared her down, one eyebrow raised, as she ranted. He did get vague images of what Potter had been like his days at home, but nothing more than that. I know you. Her statement broke him out of his concentration. You're Professor Snape, she said, pointing a finger at him. You're Severus, Lily's friend. Snape's face slid into its usual mask, and he proceeded to intimidate her. I remember you now. Intimidation. Longbottom exploding a cauldron, which harmed other students. Slytherin students. You certainly grew up. She said, Yes. Well, time does that to people. Now, where is Potter, so that we may get him back to the safety of his fans? He asked, thinking that Petunia would be more willing to reveal the boy's location now that she thought she knew him. Fans? He would shudder to hear you say that. I'm sure. I've sent him to school, and that's all you need to know, she said, with a hard little smile, clearly telling him he had lost. He got a vague image of Potter. The boy looked ghastly. He would admit that, standing with a man, obviously a muggle, holding some kind of bag. The man looked like a teacher at the school. No name of the institution came up. Mrs. Dursley, please remember that Voldemort can find and attack Harry at any time while he is out of this house. Petunia turned to Dumbledore and smirked. Exactly. Voldemort can find him, and has found him, at your school. He has managed to find Harry at Hogwarts several times. And you let him. Petunia was about to pull a large bluff, but she needed to make her point. Oh, yes. The boy told me. He told me that you allowed an untrained boy to face a fully trained wizard. Not anymore. She paused, glaring at all three wizards in turn. I am formally announcing now that Harry Potter will not be attending Hogwarts this school year. If you show up here again, I will notify the authorities. Harry taught me how to do so. She stood, ending the interview. Mrs. Dursley, I do not think you understand this situation, Dumbledore said, allowing his anger to show through. I believe my wife told you the boy will not be going back to your school. Vernon Dursley entered the living room and glared. We've followed your instructions about the boy up to this point. My wife told me he almost died. No more, Dumbledore. He is our nephew, our responsibility. And now we will do what we like, including keeping him from the magic you're so fond of. Vernon Dursley stepped forward and glared at Dumbledore. Get out. He spat at the three wizards. Now, the wards tightened around Dumbledore again, threatening his magic, as Petunia and Vernon Dursley glared at him. Dumbledore backed away from the couple, telling the wards he was leaving and that he wasn't going to harm anyone there under protection. Dumbledore led the others from the house, seeing the boy's cousin sitting on the stairs, directing a gaze full of hate to their backs. Fawkes appeared again and transported all three back to his office. Gentlemen, I believe that we have a serious problem. Dumbledore told the two professors. Call the order. Professor Zara nodded and disappeared down the stairs to send off messages. We have a serious problem, Dumbledore said to himself as he petted Fawkes. 20, the envy of Hogwarts. You're okay? Harry said into the telephone. You did what? Harry dropped the phone and collapsed into laughter. Paul caught the phone as it fell and moved it to his own ear. What did you say? Paul asked Petunia. Oh, I gave one of his teachers, his most intimidating one, a black eye. It was healed when he came back with the headmaster, but I'm sure he'll remember it. Petunia told Paul with an obvious pride in her voice. Harry's laughter died down a bit. "How is he doing?" she asked a little nervously. "He's getting there. He seems to like Jo." Harry sat up from the floor and looked at Paul with one of his eyebrows raised. "You can stop talking about me as if I'm not here," he said with a smile. "May I have my aunt back?" "Harry wants you back." Paul handed off the phone to Harry and sat back in his chair. "You hit Snape?" Harry asked excitedly. Paul studied Harry over his hands as the boy talked to his relation. Something had changed there. Perhaps Harry would be willing to start joint counseling sessions with his aunt. Harry hung up the phone just a few seconds later after thanking his aunt for returning his call as promised and smiled up at Paul. "She hit Snape," Harry said with a smile. "She gave Snape a black eye. She, Petunia Dursley, is the envy of almost every student at Hogwarts." Paul smiled and motioned Harry to the couch. "He can't be that bad, can he?" Paul asked. Harry's look told him otherwise. "Huh." A noise from the corner of the room startled him, and he looked up to find a beautiful red and gold bird had appeared in flames. "What?" he asked. A strangled noise from Harry caused Paul to look at his charge. "Harry, what's wrong?" "Fox," Harry said in a dead voice. "Dumbledore can find me now. If one of the students had managed to look out of a window that night, he would have witnessed the arrival of every single Order member at the gates of Hogwarts. Some operat in. Others had the use of portkeys. A few flew. No matter the method of transportation, none hesitated to start straight up to the castle. Some ran up the path. Others walked. One leaned heavily on a cane as he pulled his shabby robes around him in an attempt to ward off the encroaching chill. His amber eyes lifted to regard the castle for a few minutes before he made his way towards it. The entry looked the same, as it always did, as he found the Great Hall. Order members, old and new, milled around the hall as though it was home. Different tables each offered one of the day's main meals, as well as normal refreshments. Translation spells hovered over the entire hall, allowing everyone to understand the others with the least amount of effort. Order members were no longer confined to England. Once Fudge had alerted the wizarding community that Voldemort was alive, and well, unfortunately, the Order had full backing from the Ministry. As such, Dumbledore had reached out and contacted other countries. Many had sent representatives to join the Order and promised help in the upcoming war. No one wanted to appear to be against Dumbledore at this point. Everyone knew that he was the only one able to stand against Voldemort with any success. The mood changed when he entered the room. Quiet awe came from the younger generation, while the older gave him grudging respect. He knew what they were all thinking. He's a war hero. He has lost his best friend. He's letting the wolf win. Remus made no move to correct them. Let them think that. Dumbledore had effectively retired him after the death of Sirius. He was a resource someone sought out for advice or knowledge. He was no longer a fighter. That suited him, for now. He had no wish to watch others die any longer. One of the older Weasley boys, Charlie, leapt up from his seat to guide Remus to a chair of his own. He nodded his thanks and accepted a cup of tea from Molly. He watched as the door opened again to admit Dumbledore's brilliant plan, the Hogwarts Protectors. They were so young. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into. Glory, honor, at what cost? His eyes searched the students, looking for the familiar untidy mop of black hair. He had not wanted Harry moved from Gryffindor Tower, but Albus was adamant that Harry needed to train. Remus agreed with him in principle, but that didn't mean Remus liked it. A shape settled into the chair next to him. "You're looking worse for the wear, Wolf." Snape sneered at him. Remus knew him well enough to read between the lines, and nodded. "I've been worse, Severus. Thank you for asking." His eyes returned to the crowd and found Draco Malfoy. It appears that Draco is settling in. Severus folded his arms with no indication he had heard. His voice came a few seconds later. "He is floundering around his peers, especially the Slytherins and Gryffindors. He'll be fine." Severus's pride was obvious in his voice, but his face was the same stony mask it had always been. Remus's eyes returned to the crowd of children. "Where was Harry? It changes you, doesn't it?" Remus said quietly. "When one of your students becomes more than a student." Severus nodded once. "Yes. Well, if the Dark Lord doesn't manage to kill me." Remus knew what the man had not said. The worry for him will. Remus turned back to the students. "Untidy black hair. Untidy black hair. He's not here." Severus said quietly next to him. "Who's not?" Remus asked. "Surely he didn't mean Potter. He didn't arrive with the others, and he is not at his aunt's house. She said she sent him to another school. No one knows where." Remus sat back in shock. "Harry? Not here. He was in danger if he wasn't at his aunt's home or Hogwarts. Where was he? Was he okay? Happy? Miserable? Was he having nightmares? Was he clearing his mind? Was he safe? Don't fret so." Severus sneered in a mocking tone of voice. "He is the boy who lived with some amazing luck." Remus was not sure if that was a reassurance or not. They had to find him. Remus could not let anything happen to Hai. He could never forgive himself if something happened to Harry. A burst of flames above him distracted him from his increasing panic. He looked up as Fawkes appeared. The bird hovered in front of him until he offered his arm as a perch. Fawkes settled down on his arm and started preening his father's. Remus's lips twitched at the bird's actions, panic momentarily forgotten. Dumbledore came in from the side door and called the meeting to order. Students and adults alike dropped into seats on the benches and faced the aged headmaster. "Thank you all for responding so quickly to the summons. I realize that this is not a regularly scheduled meeting, but something has happened and needs our immediate and discreet response." He paused to look over the people facing him. "Harry Potter is missing." The adults gathered began questioning his disappearance while the students merely blinked. No one had known that he was actually missing. Dumbledore waved everyone into silence once again. The exact date of his disappearance is unknown, but we do know that he was still in his home on the date of the Hogsmeade attack. Visits to his home have given us no information. Fawkes, shifting, called Remus's attention back to him. Remus smiled a bit at the creature, stroking his chest feathers with a crooked finger. The bird's eyes caught his own, and for almost a minute, Remus found images displayed for him. Of Harry. Harry running with another boy. Harry studying. Harry crying, held and comforted by a kind-looking man. Harry on a stage. Harry laughing with boys near his age. Harry waking from a nightmare, only to be comforted by the same man. Remus blinked, and the moment ended with a whisper. "Go to his aunt." "Remus, have you heard from Harry?" Remus looked up to see Dumbledore looking at him expectantly. It appeared that Dumbledore had repeated the question. "No, Albus, I have not," he answered truthfully. Dumbledore turned back to the crowd. "You should find in front of you the most recent photograph we have of Harry Potter. I like to think that he is in an English-speaking country, but that does not eliminate other countries. Please circulate the photographs with your law enforcement, schools, and travel agencies. Harry may be trying to come here, but be without resources to do so." Remus regarded the photograph. Harry was staring off into the distance. His gaze shifted towards the camera for a few seconds before his eyes moved off again. The boy Fawkes had shown him looked so much more like a child. Happier, lighter. This one was so serious. "In the unlikely event that one of you should see Harry himself, tell him the location of our original headquarters, however small that may be now," Dumbledore said with a light smile. The Order had outgrown their house. That should be enough to garner his trust and allow you to bring him here. Dumbledore paused, as though considering something. "If that is not enough, I authorize you all to use a light stunning curse. I know that that is not traditionally acceptable, but I must remind you that the longer he is not here, safe and sound, the longer Voldemort has to find him." Most of the crowd flinched at the name of the Dark Lord. Remus decided that he had had enough and pretended to doze off. The status of retired war hero gave him many privileges outside the bounds of normal decorum, and those privileges allowed him to act like an overtired great-uncle humored for his many eccentricities. Fawkes fluttered off his arm and to the top of his chair. A snort came from the man sitting next to him. "Wolf!" Snape hissed. "Lupin!" Remus ignored him and let out a light snore. "Oh, for the—" Remus watched through his lashes as Snape stood and motioned to someone. Draco Malfoy stood and came over to Snape. Remus noticed that Dumbledore had moved on to regional meetings, speaking with the leaders of each region on what they had observed or witnessed. He had not noticed that Remus had fallen asleep. "Lupin!" Snape hissed again, shaking Remus by the shoulder. Remus opened his eyes and looked up at Snape. "You dozed off. You should go home, as you are not fit to be here. Obviously." He motioned to the boy standing next to him. "Draco will help you to the gates." "Oh, thank you, Severus, but I am quite capable." Snape cut him off by waving his protest away. "For my peace of mind. Goodness knows what Albus will do if anything happens to you." He gave a look to Draco before going to join his own regional team. Remus got to his feet and took his cane when the boy handed it to him. "Well, Master Malfoy, let's go, for Severus's peace of mind." The boy smiled a bit and offered his arm. "I'm not that old," he complained, moving forward on his cane. Draco nodded and walked beside him as Remus left the Great Hall and started down the stairs. "How have you been doing since your inheritance?" Remus asked. "As well as can be expected, sir." Draco returned. "Thank you for asking." Remus nodded, holding his walking to applaud, while Draco strolled next to him. "I hope your mother is well?" Draco smiled a little at this and relaxed a bit. "She is adjusting nicely to her new circumstances. I've set her to a new project, one that she seems to enjoy, making an orphanage for the victims of the war." Remus turned a bit to look at the boy. Draco looked pained, or in pain. He wasn't sure. One hand reached up to rub the scar on his face before he became aware of his actions and jerked his hand back to his side. "Well done, lad. Well done." Remus noticed the faint color of embarrassment in Draco's cheeks. He did not miss the pleased smile the boy gave. "If you ever need an ear, come find me. That seems to be the only thing I'm good for nowadays." "I'll do that, sir." Remus fell silent as they reached the gate. "You'd better go back now." Remus told him, "I'll watch you until you are at the door." Remus's face told Draco not to argue. He waved to Draco when the boy reached the doors and shut them behind him. Remus took out his wand and raised it. The triple-decker bus appeared in front of him with its customary bang, and Stan Shunpike hopped off. "Number 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging, Surrey. Please, Stan." Remus told him as he climbed aboard and chose a bed. He nodded to acknowledge that it would take most of the night to reach and closed his eyes. Severus Snape entered his quarters to find Draco waiting for him. "You should be in bed," he told the boy as he hung his robe and poured himself a drink. He paused, poured a second one, and handed it to Draco. "6 will come early for you." Severus told him as he settled into his favorite chair. "I know." Draco took a sip from his glass and placed it on the table next to him. "Professor Lupin got off safely," he told his mentor, gazing into the fire in front of him. "That wolf lucked out tonight. He's my age, and everyone treats him as a lovable, tottery old bachelor." Draco figured out what Severus really meant and nodded. "Sad, isn't it?" he said. Snape glanced up at him before turned his own eyes to the fire Draco had built. "I won't hover when that happens to you." His remark had the desired effect. "I will never take such a far leave of my senses, Master Malfoy." Snape bit out. Draco nodded, reassured that the potion's master would be around for quite a while, as long as no one killed him. "So, Potter is really missing?" It was not a real question, but an affirmation of a statement. Missing defined as someone in the magical world knowing where he is. Severus asked, relaxing into his chair. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, he is missing." Severus opened one eye and looked Draco over. "Learn anything from his friends. They're worried about him. They hope he is okay. That's about it." Draco drained his glass and returned it to the table. Severus waved his wand, changing Draco's robes to his favored night clothes. "Bed. I'll wake you in the morning." Draco opened his mouth to argue. "I'll alert Moody that you are with me." "Bed. Now." Draco shut his mouth and thanked him. "Good night, Severus," he said as he stood. "Good night, Draco." Draco moved to the room Severus had set up for him when he had first arrived and shut the door. Severus pulled himself out of his chair, moved to the fireplace, and dropped some flue powder to make a fire call. "Moody." The grotesque eye appeared in the fireplace. "Draco is with me." Severus ended the call before Moody could protest and poured another drink. Where in the world was Potter? And why was he, Severus Snape, enemy of all things Potter, obligated to find the boy? Hermione was in the common room, books spread around her and her planner in front of her. She had told the first years that she would be awake for a while, should one of them need her. This served 2 purposes. 1, should someone need her, they knew she would be awake and available. 2, it kept the first years from sneaking out and exploring. Her planner flashed. She whispered the password and opened it. I'll force choke him. Where is he? Which he? You know who I mean. Malfoy. Where is he? No force chokes, please. He's wherever Ron is at the moment. Most likely with the protectors. Just keep your guard up around him. Please. Yes, Master. Me, you know what I mean. Yes, Skywalker. I know. I'll be careful. Promise? Yes. Promise. Good. I don't want to lose my sis. Have you seen the third movie yet? No, why? Just asking. You'll love it, by the way. It's Star Wars. How could I not? So, everyone is frantic. Huh? Desperately so. Dumbledore held a prefect/protector meeting after the feast. Changes have taken place. Like what? No Quidditch this year. Oh, good. I'm not there. Students are not allowed on the grounds at all. Just in the inner courtyard. Curfew is at 9 o'clock. All students, except the heads, prefects, and protectors, must be in their dormitories by that time. Ouch. Guess what? What? My aunt gave Snape a black eye. Bravo to Aunt Petunia. Wait a minute. Dumbledore sent Snape. Will he never learn? Yeah. Then Dumbledore went to my house, and my aunt told them off, and my uncle basically kicked him and the other teachers out of the house. Wow, that's great. Oh me, do not look Snape or Dumbledore in the eye if they ask about me. They're both legilimens. They can see your thoughts. Thanks for the warning. I'll scare them off by bursting into tears. When did I become so lucky to have been given a friend like you? You saved me from a troll. Oh, yeah. So, you think Neville may be our link to what the protectors are doing? So far, most of the DA is a part of the protectors. Only people without a magical family are barred from participating. No one to protect the house while the kids are in school. That's right. That's the reason I was not invited, or so I've heard. Why would Dumbledore make me join? The Dursleys are so anti-magic that the thought of one of them even thinking of touching a wand would kill them. Skywalker? You are you. Should have known that. That explains it. So, everyone there is clueless about my whereabouts. Completely. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yes. Sheepish Grinfox was here earlier, just after the Snape fiasco at my aunt's house. I get the feeling he's going to keep my secret. Excellent. Be sure to carry your messenger. If I notice a large amount of the staff gone, I'll let you know. Thanks. Me? Yes, Skywalker? Thanks. For everything. That's what friends are for. So, tell me about your play. That's the end of part 2, and already the world feels different, not because the magic has changed, but because Harry finally has someone who believes in him. These quiet, tender moments of growth are what make an aunt's love so powerful. What was your favorite scene? Did anything remind you of the relationships you value most? Share your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. If this story moved you, please like, subscribe, and consider supporting us by joining the Grimoire Guardians or Wizard Army. Your support helps us bring more emotional and inspiring stories to life. Did you know? Emma Lipardi's portrayal of Harry's trauma recovery has been praised across fan communities for its realism, empathy, and pacing, showing healing not as a miracle, but a process. Coming up next in part 3, Harry's world gets a little wider, and maybe, just maybe, a little more magical. And always remember, love doesn't fix everything at once, but it starts the healing. Until next time, take care, stay hopeful, and keep the magic alive.